Hey, let's see what we have here. I started from this poster. You already know. Stuff like that. Because it's Japanese and I'm working with typography, I thought I have to work with Japanese, Chinese typography. This means exhibition, if I understood right. Or like that. Stuff like that. Drawing around with European typography, drawing, that's what I'm doing since some years more, just lines, but also recognizably, it's able to recognize the TDC here. Again, my interpretation of exhibition. Sure, I'm not sure, I can't judge foreign typography. If it's good, interesting, has tension, or it's interesting. But I have no problem with making lines. Just lines. It's almost traditional, I would say. But then, sure, trying to make an alphabet. Again, the idea of writing exhibition, like you see with this idea of larger lines and finer lines, which are more strong. When I realized I really can't judge it, and it's too close to the original, I would say. So I started reducing myself and only drawing the vertical lines, because this is something more into my movement, I would say, to work like that and not closing the stuff with horizontal lines. Like that. But also free stuff. So this was how I approached the project. And the result is this. For the final execution, I would say 2 points are important. First is that I really did not any kind of spectacular composition for the type. Important was that it's strong and simple. And the second part is that the printer did accept to print in 3 special or spot colors. And this is a result I had never seen in my career before, I would say. It really works well, the usage of a spot color, like the turquoise, the orange, and the blue. This decision to do it in spot colors was worth it, the result. So I think you enjoyed the day and you will continue enjoying the exhibition. And wish you a nice day. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. I was having some drink. I was drinking till 5 o'clock this morning, but thank you. I am Kitagawa. Sorry, I have some. I'm sorry. I'm wearing sunglasses since one of my eyes almost blind, but I might appear to be intimidating, but I'm a nice person actually, so I have 30 minutes. I'd like to get started. Nishio Yatsuhashi, and this is sweet brand that has been around 356 years, and Yatsuhashi it's a Yatsuhashi brand, and Yatsuhashi is a sweet that is almost synonymous with Kyoto souvenir, and so logo is what I designed, and which won the award, and I'm very honored to have received this award. And that's how it all started. But Homo sapiens, the three major inventions. I think you know that the three major inventions. One is printing, and compass, and gunpowder, or those are the three major inventions that were ever invented in humanity. And printing, and our company is called Graph, and in 8 years we are a printing company which will celebrate centenarian in 8 years, and I'm proud of that long-standing brand. And Nakamura Yuko-san is a IT who is beating printing, but I think it's quite symbolic that I am from the imprinting side and Nakamura-san is from the IT side, and we are here. And in the printings, letters and fonts are important. Animals, if it's a bird, they sing. In whales, they can vocally communicate far and wide, and they have their own languages to communicate, to warn their fellows or let them know that where they can get food, and that's the language that is inherited over generations. But sometimes we misspoke, and sometimes we can be incendiary letters or invention of humanity. Once it's written, unless it's overwritten, it stays. And what is written in the past, but not in history, it's passed generations or generation, and it's very accurate than oral communication. And humanity invented written formats. When you write in handwriting, yama or mountain or hand, even though it's the same person who writes, but there is no two are the same. Handwriting can be similar. For example, Nakamura-san's handwriting and my handwriting. Nakamura-san graduated from the University of Tokyo. I'm sure Nakamura-san has a beautiful handwriting, but not me. But the fonts are now invented, and fonts make things easier for anyone to read, and more efficiently information can be shared in printing. Information can be shared at the warp speed, and unless it's overwritten, it is passed on to generation, and information is passed on to generation, and that help the culture evolve, and the culture keeps evolve. Then that eventually put us on the moon, and now we are here to be able to send probe to the Mars, and I think that we are the only species who can make that evolution that far. But readability, fonts readability is very important in fonts, because if it's not readable, there's no point. And so that's that background according to some scientists. But just switching a little bit gear, readability or recognizability, and to memorize, those to recognize and to memorize are two different things according to some scientists. If it's easy to read, you may think it's easy to remember, memorize as well. 1 + 1 is 2, it's easy, but then E equal MC, it gets lost meaning on you. The meaning is lost on you. But in a brain, if it's recognized, then it gets erased immediately. So what it is mean to remember is that they remember. The brain registers something that has never seen before. So readable or easy to recognize does not necessarily mean that it's get etched in the brain. The brain is designed to remember something it has never seen. So fonts, that's why fonts cannot only be readable. They have to be something special, cute or beautiful. They have to be something special. So the fonts has to be special for them to be remembered. And how special they are, that's Tokyo TDC Academy. They select what typefaces are special, and I'm so happy that the Tokyo TDC recognizes our fonts typeface special. This is pine. This is inspired by a pine tree. Pine doesn't die. They're evergreen tree, so it's auspice. In Japan, not in Japan, but globally, it's perpetual. So it's important that impermanence, and so that this design is inspired by the impermanence of the pine tree, and it's a symbol of time-honored brand. You may not, some of you not agree, but if you go back to Nishio Yatsuhashi's brand, it's on the back of the leaflet. Nishi, the first letter is inspired by pine in Yatsuhashi. So it's the inflection, the dot that's inspired by pine tree. So it's to symbolize its impermanence. You can read, but I just wanted to give something unique to this design. And when the TDC judges recognize that my intention, so with that, can I ask Nakamura-san to comment? I thought I would not get to speak, but I think you can continue. Hasegawa, can you pull out the painting of Pine Tree by Hasegawa Tohaku? This is drawn with ink. It's one color. What this is special for me is that it appears to be pine trees, but it creates some spaces. There are spaces in this painting, and to give some spaces, it's in a pause in the music, and some with spaces. I think it brings out the beauty of pine trees. You know, when you like pauses, and when you don't like people who cannot read the room because they don't understand the pauses. In the art history, I'm sure this is universal, but the object or font, Helvetica is known as a beautiful font, but depending on where you put or place, it gives out very different feelings. Even though it's a nice, good beef, if you overdone it, then it doesn't taste any good. And pasta, if you overcook pasta, even though it's an ingredient, it doesn't taste anymore. And for Sanuki udon, depending on where you are from, you prefer differently how it should be cooked, and no matter how good the ingredient is, without right spaces, you can ruin the ingredients. I think spaces are important. Even though you use ingredients, you cannot cook right. And so I mentioned how the logo is put together to symbolize things, but it's ingredients. Each part of the design is the ingredients, and it's important how you cook those ingredients. It's the same for my logo on design. And when I think about how white spaces or pauses should be, so this is one of the things painting I learned. And also I also watch if the cook or chef listen to my request as to how my food it should be cooked. So when it comes to key, it's not a key that you need to create. You need to create a keyhole first. And Shinkansen, I think travelers ride Shinkansen, and Shinkansen is how fast to reduce the air resistance so that the Shinkansen can operate at the appropriate fast speed. And based on all that thinking, aerodynamics thinking, and then that's how Shinkansen came into being. It's not like Shinkansen is a beautiful shape and form, but that's not how they started. They started what would be the best way to for the vehicle to operate the first, and that's how it came up with the design. Coming back to the logo, you mentioned that the easy to read does not necessarily mean that it gets remembered by the person who sees the logo. I think this embodies what you said, that, like, for example, interior is you have a minimal space and you have a beautiful chairs, and it's a clean, and so you have a nice room with a lot of furniture from different times, different eras, but you like that. So there are different spaces you can create. The change and harmony or disruption. Disruption can create a harmony. I think that's how that's the vibe that I get from this logo. The pine. So this is inspired by the pine tree, but the combinations of those parts. How did you come up with the right balance of those different ingredients in logo? Because I'm saying that it's all come down to the spaces, white spaces. So you have the small logo at the bottom. This is something I worked before. I'm experimenting Homo sapiens on live. In November last year, I made released the experiment, but I'm currently working on a new logo, Nishio logo. Some of you may have noticed that the one at the bottom, and also Kyoto station, the logo you see at the Kyoto station is very similar to the one at the bottom. We made a grand announcement.
At the Yoshie exit, the store, in front of that we have this logo, but we are now trying to change logos somewhat closer to the original version around station. This is about Hachioguchi and exit, and the store close to that. This is the logo you can see. But another photo, please. Yes. This is Hachioguchi exit out of Shinkansen exit. You can see Nishio, Yatsuhashi. Now it looks like the original version. So I have proposed two versions. Why is that? Because well, this is my strategy. I now experimenting. I don't want to disclose that. I don't want to disclose any information on that. But I'm now trying test these two things out. How it will be remembered, not remembered. What will be the process of memorization. So in a way, I'm now experimenting on people. That is not very common, I would say. So you are somewhat trying to come up with some similar version. That is, I think, a rare experiment. So yes, I don't want to disclose too much on this. People may suspect what I'm up to. So, but what I'm surprised is that at a very early phase, just after I started this experience, I received this special prize. This is some surprise, and I have not expected this impact. I thought that it would take about 1 year or so. You need to spend 3 years or 5 years to things to get materialized. I think this is somewhat different from advertisement. Advertisement should be speedy and agile. With brand, it's like bringing up children. You need to spend time. So this brand is trying to achieve 400-year anniversary. Going forward, then the innovation needs to be pursued in a very gradual manner. It's not that something you can initiate innovation right away. It could be gradual. So, from that perspective, I'm not sure whether experiment is a right way of putting this, but this is something I'm doing seriously to identify how Homo sapiens recognize things, remember things, academic recognition as well. That's what I'm trying to experiment. But unexpectedly, I received this special prize. I'm quite surprised. Okay, so it's one of the diverse variations in that respect, and you suddenly identified and picked up, and that's a good surprise to you. It's not that I'm worried or in any manner, but I think it would be to remembered with its long tradition. Well, perhaps you may think that we should not change that because the brand has a long-standing history, and also human beings can go to the moon thanks to innovation, but at the same time human beings would like to survive and continue living, and to protect their lives sometimes they need to avoid and escape or withstand some things, so they sometimes choose to continue living by not to change things. So you need to have both courage, hopes, as well as sorrow in your life. I think it's similar. So this company with 365 years tradition, whether it can sustain its history to 400 years and 500 years, these are the hope and wish I'd like to reflect in this logo as a symbol. Or to put words into some abstract manner, but that can be right at the same time, to be remembered. Well, I think I'm praising myself, but this is grandstanding plan that I would like to work together with Nishio. At the bottom you can see some alphabets from Taisho or Meiji era. It's not something I created. Nishio has been using these letters for a very long time. This has been replaced with modern letters or no fonts in the alphabet, but going forward, they'd like to let this brand to be well known to people from abroad as well. So Roman and alphabet font would be to be created, as they have very unique silhouette in their fonts that they've been using for a very long time. So it's memorable. So that's what I newly created based on the original font, trying to maintain the original shape and characteristics. That's now deployed in the package of their products. I've just added some text here. You can see Kyoto Confectionery in English here on the packages. 16, I can't read it though. 1689, 1689. I think the 6th year of Eiroku or Kan-ei, the traditional Edo, or before that period, perhaps it would not be reaching toward outside Japan. So with this year description, I think it would be more easier to be interpreted or understood by people from abroad as well. What you mentioned earlier, the pause, I'm not quite sure about that. And for example, with this logo, what is the pose you've incorporated? You can see Kyoto and green text, and to achieve symmetry, you should have the same right and left sides displays, but it's somewhat arranged. It looks in the center, but it's actually is not, and this is made by the pause margin or space arrangement. That is the case with the earlier a painting I showed you. So you can identify something invisible in the margin, in the space, even though there's nothing there. And this logo as well, it looks like there are some letters inside this circle, and Nishio at the center. This, can you enlarge that with the large logo? Yes. Yes, this is the logo. It appears that it's at the center, but I think yes, it says Nishio at the center, but some stroke from O the last letter is going toward the right side, or from this circle, the tip of the last stroke somewhat getting outside from the circle. This appears unbalanced, but this reflects an element of distortion in the context of electric guitar, which may sound like noise. Yes, this last stroke from O, this is something very unique. And so yes, that is something I always think about all the time in designing a logo. It's like some noise or distortion coming from electric guitars, but for some people that is something to be appreciated. It's geometric shapes, but at the same time some strokes by brushes. How did you make this? Nishio's letters and letters, they have a lot of such documents, and I looked at these long-standing documents as they have so long tradition, history. There are a lot of documents I could refer to. In that way, the remaining memory from the history. So I thought that whenever I make logos, I try to paint the picture, a portrait of the company. Not Kitagawa, Issay, but Nishio, Yatsuhashi's company. That is the portrait I'd like to delineate in preparing the logo. It's not something that I will create myself. This is, in a way, the face of the company, the expression of the company. It somewhat looks cute. Some good sensibility of Kyoto people, but at the same time, some there are both sides of personality in Kyoto area. That is something I thought about, reflecting these elements into logo, Honke, Nishio, Yatsuhashi. I tried to identify some elements and objects that I could pick up from the historical documents, and as a result, this is how it looks like. So this is the portrait of the company. Well, to me, it's like an old guy with mustache. Well, it could look so to you. It's totally up to people looking at this logo. And could you go back to the original slide? Yes, this one. It's not that I'm trying to criticize the designer who designed this logo originally, but it's very fluent and easy to read, the original version. Anyone can read that, as long as you can read the kanji and katakana characters. Then you can read Honke, Nishi, or Yatsuhashi in a very easy manner. But this fluency or easiness to read, something recognizable might not be remembered based on the scientific theory. Then it could be easily forgotten because it's easy to read. But they've been making an effort, so nobody will forget about Nishio as the company. But then you don't have to use the logo. If the logo would not be remembered, then company would be just remembered. Then I thought that I'd like to make this logo that it something to be remembered by many people. So I tried to tweak various elements in the logo so that that would be remembered. That uniqueness would be remembered as I received the fee for branding of this logo. Try to replace these for people living in the same generation, in this age, the literacy as well. You need to remember all these characters and letters, kanjis, ABCs, alphabets, and grammars. And so people with these kinds of things, literacy, they can read this logo, but they may find it somewhat strange or somewhat unique. That is the element I'd like to add to this logo, so that this mark and symbol would perform its expected function. That's the feeling I have. How should I say this? Yes, Kitagawa-san, what you've mentioned is exactly I've been thinking about on this logo, so there's no questions I can ask because you've talked about everything. Oh. How should I say this? So, as a mark and symbol, something that can be processed immediately can become transparent. But your logo is something different, trying to leap something and to try to explore that. I think that is the case with you and graphic designers in general. That is something you and graphic designers can do. That is a commitment or feeling I've felt through this. And the feeling I have about this Nishio's logo is something special, something very, very special. I remember judges Sato Taku-san reacted your logo in a very acute manner. Tak-san has very authentic sense, and he found it very appealing. I'm not sure why he thought that way, but I think a good arrangement and combination of various elements inside the logo, how you have done this job, I think perhaps that would be why. So that is the impression I have. I may sound stupid, but this is how I feel. Well, one last thing I'd like to talk about as we are running out of time. One thing I'd like to touch on is that I'd like to express my gratitude to the President as well as members from Nishio Yatsuhashi for giving me this opportunity, great opportunity. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate that. And this is not something I achieved all by myself. All the staff members of my company has been discussing together to make this. This is not something I created all by myself. All the people who supported this is all thanks to family members and people present here, participants in TDC, judges. You said that Taku-san has appreciated my logo as well. So, this logo has been supported. This is not something I did all by myself. It's just started as well. So, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude for all of the people who supported this logo. It's something like a commemorative speech at the marriage, but thank you all very much. I've run out of time. Thank you.
Hello, Tokyo TDC. I am Watanabe Yoshie, one of the screening committee members of Tokyo TDC Annual Awards. Ju Meiji have received the TDC Annual Awards. I would like to welcome Mei Shuzhi. May I briefly introduce Ms. Mei? May come from Guangzhou. Excuse me, Hangzhou. Hangzhou comes from Hangzhou. And she has a design office and a beautiful gallery. She does the curation of this beautiful gallery in Hangzhou. If I may share my reflections and thoughts, when I saw all this work, I thought it was a Japanese designer who finished the work. I was wondering who, but I had the impression it was a Japanese person.
The chrysanthemums and plums are very much familiar to the Japanese, and it says May, and the name May sounds like a Japanese name as well. So I had thought that the winner was a Japanese person. Because I knew Ms. May, I later heard it was the work by Ms. May. I was surprised, astonished, but it really sank in, and I felt it right. I felt it was right. Because I wanted to write it in a comment, I would like to read out my script. Inside a colorful or flower bed, it looked like a beautiful lily standing in the flower. It was a simple or combination of letters, beautiful or paper, and the photographs that gives and recalls a beautiful scenery. So it brought me back to scratch base one of designing. May I please ask Ju Mei to take the floor and give us a presentation.
"文"是纹样的"纹"的本质，有图形、象形的意思，是独体字，可以理解成汉字的最基本单位，也是汉字系统的一个核心。如日子就画个太阳，月的话就画个月亮，然后像这样的独体字，其实也就200到300个字，只占汉字总数的5%左右。数量很少，但是它是文字的一个主要的一个部分。然后字，它的本字是生字，有寓意延伸的意思。字是一个合体字，就是通过组合独体字来形成新的字，可以理解成是一种造字的一种方法。如明亮的明，就是日字加月字，然后组合在一起，表示日月交辉、大放光明的意思。古人就是用这种合成的方式去创造更多的汉字，比如会意法跟形声法，然后有90%以上的汉字就是以这样的方式创造的。汉字也经历了从甲骨文、金文、小篆到隶书、草书、楷书、行书这样的一个演变的发展过程。这是鸟字的各个书体的一个写法。这是甲骨文，是商周时期刻于龟甲跟兽骨上的文字，也是迄今发现最早成系统的汉字，算是汉字的一个源头。这是我以最早的土这个字为原型演化而来的柴米多的一个 logo， 它是关于土地、食物和人的可持续生活方式品牌。这是金文，是雕刻在青铜器上的文字，鼎盛于西周。右图是竖式直鼎，明末的全鱼2个字，其实完全就像一个狗跟鱼的一个样子，就非常有画面感。这个项目就是将汉字看作图形来使用，就是图上的这个文字就表示将3个打包的盒子运走。这是口渴了喝果汁。 这个是汉字的立刀旁，但是就是像一个牙签的一个样子。这是先秦时期的一个石鼓纹，刻于鼓形的一个石头上，小状的圆形。但因为时间久远，然后有部分文字其实分化之后已经不易辨识了，所以后人在临摹它的时候，就像左边这张图一样，只能跳跃的书写能辨识的部分文字，然后无意间就形成了这样的一种有趣的一种布局方式。新的间隔就会有一种新鲜的阅读体验。这是汉简，汉代书写与竹简跟木牍上的文字。它有很好的揭示了篆书向隶书、隶书向草楷转变的一个过程。可以看到汉简中的有些字的笔画会特意写得很夸张，或者竖笔拖得特别长。这个是顺德菜的一个餐厅品牌，然后设计上也借鉴了一种汉简的一种方式。这个是汉印，汉代至魏晋时期的印章，也是印章艺术的一个重要代表。印章分为阴刻跟阳刻，在方寸之间通过虚实的对比来营造一种和谐感。这是一个具有东方气质的服装品牌 ，logo 也使用了阴阳刻的这种表现的方式。隶书是由篆书演变而来的，东汉时期达到鼎盛，然后右图为东汉时期的章签碑，隶书字形宽扁，笔画长头燕尾，有一种沉稳跟安静的一种感觉。这是使用了隶书方式书写的一个品牌的 logo。这是唐代书法家怀素的狂草。怀素被誉为草圣，他的书法飞动自然，狂放不羁，又不失法度，然后有骤雨狂风的一种感觉。这是一个在阿那亚的一个文字 AR 的一个项目，然后通过手机扫码来现场体验文字跟环境的流动。以分这个字的元素，然后分解和拆分组合这个字，来体验从微分、大分到狂分的这样的一种情绪的一种变化。这是北宋书法家苏轼的行书《新岁长庆帖》。其中书写的内容也是能够了解当时茶文化的一件珍贵的资料。将行书的笔法跟英文字母 A 的一个结合。 这是南宋时期的画家马远的水图。马远的这幅作品有大量的留白，水天一色，然后画面左上角的楷书“洞庭分析”这4个小字显得安静又意境悠远。同样，这件作品也受了马远水图的一个启发，文字和空间的关系也是这种方式表达的意境。这是快学实情贴的局部，由王羲之所写。当然，这件作品让我感到有意思的地方是，历代禅家、帝王、文人留下的一个题跋的形式。这并不是一个人一个时期完成的，而是经过了几个朝代，然后有多个书法家他们去协作形成，最终在画面上形成了一种又有秩序、像是又随意的一种编排方式。然后其中的题跋者也有像元代的赵孟頫、清代的乾隆等人。然后这是 Nedlo 的一个汉香的包装上的文字编排，也参照了这样的一个题跋文字的形式。这是99消寒图。盛行于明代，是冬至的一个习俗。图中的9个字，每个字都是9个笔画，从冬天的第1天开始，每天写1笔，然后写完9个字就是9个9，共81天，冬天便过去，然后春天就来了。这是一个艺术展览，然后我使用的都是3个笔画的文字来组成的一个诗歌。这是八仙上寿的主字诗，用叠字的方式将一个句子合成一个字形，阅读的时候需要将它分解，然后也属于道家文化的一部分。这是将年跟清合成的一个字，年清。然后嬉戏是一个实验的一个剧场项目，形象和导师都使用了这种叠字的方法。这是江心寺的一副对联，南宋状元王师鹏所作。然后每对中都巧妙地安排了8个连续一样的字，然后却以读音都不同，意思各不相同，非常巧妙地使用了汉字的多音字。这是一款猫粮的包装，通过重复一个字的文字游戏，直观的可以看出成分中肉的含量非常高这样的一个卖点。这是近代的草书大家于右任的书法，他也是教育家和诗人，他将魏碑的结体融入到了草书，然后使其有了这种碑学的意蕴，每个字都非常的独特。这是于右任写的菊跟梅的2个不同的写法，很多的不同写法。 然后菊美的 logo 就是选取了其中的2个字“极”字形成的。好，谢谢。
May, I knew that the May was studying kanji, but how that his study is related to the design, I was wondering how that comes into your designing process, but that you revealed that a little bit to us today. About Jumei, I read what was written about Jumei, but about the brand. Can I ask you questions about the brand? What the brand is all
菊美其实
about?
是一个非常小的一个品牌，有应该是一个个人2-3个人，他原先在圣马丁学习服装设计，现代服装设计。当他回国之后，其实他记忆比较深刻的，或者说是对衣服的理解，是他奶奶可能是那时候给他做的一些非常像早期的一种衣服方式。然后他对这种情感的这种寄托，可能他慢慢的就形成了希望使用一种老的布料能够重复使用或者新生来去制作一个新的一个样式的一个方式，所以他大量采用了像之前回收的一些老的一些布料，然后。
This brand, the Jumei designer, it's all started a very small brand. It only has 2 or 3 people, and they finished university in England, and then they came back to China to launch the fashion brand. They studied outside of China, but what was lingering in my mind was that my grandmother made my clothes, and that's warm memories. And those are the memories that I wanted to cherish. And I wanted to be authentic about those, true to those memories in my designing. And we remade a lot of old clothing, and that's how we all started. That's our designing philosophy.
然后他其实是以这样的方式去做他的服装品牌，然后他的服装品牌其实是非常的小的，也没有那种像线下的店铺，也没有这种正规的方式，他其实都是参加一些市集的方式进行销售。然后我为什么去答应这个项目去做？其实第一个是。他的名字里面有一个梅，可能我觉得会比较好感。另外一个，他提起菊梅这个名字，其实是他奶奶的一个名字，所以我觉得会有一种非常强的一种温度，可能打动你的一个方式。
Why, how it all started? This brand itself is a small brand, and we don't have any brick and mortar stores. We online. We haven't launched online either, and we are all do transact in flea market, open market. But we take this commission because May, the brand has May, and it's same as my surname. And Kiku, Ume, those 2 characters are the names of the designer.
然后他也跟我描述了很多他跟他奶奶相处，或者说他对于他奶奶的一个印象。其实所有的设计的方式，其实都是围绕我去听他跟回忆他奶奶的一个状态，或者说是一种情绪吧。其实设计中间一直在表达，我试图在表达这样的一种他向我描述的这种情绪。
And the brand, when she designed the brand, and we spent a lot of hours in hearing, and the designer had a relationship with the grandmother, and memories and emotional. They share the memories with their grandmother, and in design, how can we visualize the memories? That was where we focused on how we can bring life to it.
所以它是一种非常模糊的一种感觉，包括表达上。你像这次讲座中间，其实我都不知道怎么去用设计形式去讲解这样的一件作品。
And it was a very vague. It's all very emotional. And for me to share this design with you today from a designer's perspective, how can we explain this piece? I was not sure if I could explain this to you, so that was the presentation that I put together for today. I think I misunderstood. The Kikuume, the name is, I thought that was your grandmother's name. Sorry, that was my misunderstanding on my part. And I have my own brand, and my grandfather's name is also, I use my grandfather's name for my brand, so I feel that very familiarity that we share. I thought the design was very Japanese, but for you, was it your intentional? It seems like it's not intentional that I got a Japanese vibe from your design.
对，其实我感觉它应该还是一个蛮东方的一种方式吧。就包括它里面的这种材质关系，或者说它里面的一些细节做法，实际上它应该还是一种没那么极致的一种方式，还是比较偏这种怎么说呢？就说是一种柔和的这样的一种关系。
As you said, it's something very Japanese. You feel that it's something Japanese, but the Oriental aesthetic is embedded, and it has a very Oriental material selection or detail. You pay attention to detail and how much we can communicate visually down to the detail. So that's the aesthetic, Oriental aesthetic. But we don't want anything to be ostentatious. It wants to be very vague and ambiguous and nonsense. That's what I wanted to express.
然后其实我这个第一想法做这个项目的时候，其实就是想用菊美这两个书法字，就是一个比较明确的书法字。但是我也观察了很多日本的品牌也会用书法字，但是好像中国跟日本它对书法的理解会稍微有点不一样。就是中国比如像很多品牌像八海山，或者说像十四代之类的像清酒品牌他们都会使用这些书法的字。但是中国人可能使用书法的字的方式跟日本人可能角度会有点偏差。
When I make a design, the first is that I use the two characters Kiku and Ume, and I wanted to convey, but the Japanese designers and the Japanese branding, I think a lot of cases they use calligraphy, like Hakkaisan. It's a very famous sake brand, and inside me, how we interpret calligraphy, I think there's a difference between how the Japanese and Chinese interpret calligraphy.
然后像其实中国的很多一些电影，它也会用到一些书法，但他们的书法这种方式其实都是像是那种偏设计，或者说是偏不是这种真正的书法家去书写的这样的一个状态。 大家能懂的一个书法的语言。但我是希望能够真正用到一些像是一个明确的或者经典的书法家他的文字，就不是一种像是有点不是明确书法家，但他有点写的有点像是一个设计感这样的一个字形。
In the Chinese movies, they use calligraphy in their movies, and the famous editors and famous movies. The brush calligraphy by brush, it's rather than written by calligrapher. I think this conveys the stronger impression, but how calligrapher writes the calligraphy, so the aesthetic of calligraphy is something I wanted to convey in my designing. So Kiku and Ume are the letters of chrysanthemum and plum. Those are two beautiful letters that made a significant impression on me. If we still have some time that we talked about earlier, can we pull up the slide of the gallery? In Hanzhou, you run a very nice, beautiful gallery, and we organized an exhibition once, and it's very spacious. It must be a lot of work to curate such a space, but in many different designs from different countries, and I was told that you run the design to be able to share or showcase different designs coming from all parts of the world, and it must be hard work, so I have a great respect for that.
Kiki-san's exhibition is currently at the gallery. We do have a curation of Mr. May on a frequent basis. This is the art book exhibitions. We have the furnitures, and underneath is Mr. Pan, who is a famous book designer in China. Last year, we done a collaboration with an artist and have the gallery exhibition using generative AI as a theme. Thank you very much for sharing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2025. My name is Sobue Shin, one of the judges for this award. The work Shuren Kana, and the award winner Funayama Takashi for Type Design Prize. Funayama-san, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Thank you for having me. If I may, I'd like to talk about what I find great about your work. This Shuren Kana, I think we should let everyone have a look. I think Japanese kanas are very unique. The aesthetics of Japanese kana is not be in order, and I think the vertical and horizontal arrangement of text are moving to the squarish, which results in current type design in Japanese. But going back to the original, the kana-based culture, the Japanese fonts, how we can make approach to this? That is something he came up with, achieving the beauty of not being in order. in the screening for award. This aspect has been greatly appreciated. And Renmen Tai, which is the connected style of Japanese writing. In Japanese, each sound equals each letter. Before that, we had variant forms of hiragana, so you had a more flexible approach. But right now, connected style Renmen Tai has been difficult to use. But to arrange text with beauty that are readable and enable that with the system, you rendered it very beautifully. The system is quite complicated, with full of mystery, which I'd like to ask from you, but it's readable. For example, Ashihiki no yamadori no onoshitari o no nagashiki yoru o yo hitori kamnem. The poem here, there are a lot of similar letters and characters, but that were rendered with the various types of the same letters. This letter no, you can see the variant form of hiragana as well, but even without that, you rendered it very beautifully. And how is this possible? That is the feeling I had. Fonts and Japanese culture, trying to be in detail, you created a very fantastic work with this font. Recently, we are seeing Chinese fonts. The vertical arrangement of the Chinese texts were basically thrown away, and Chinese fonts are not arranged in a square recently. And Japanese text, basically, the vertical lines are the baseline, and the arrangement of these various characters. How is that possible? That is the awe every one of the judges shared with each other with a great positive surprise. That is, we felt through this Shuren, your work. So with that, I would like to ask you to give us some explanation on your work. There will be a lot of difficult terms and jargons, but I would like to proceed by using simple terms. So Funayama-san, over to you. Thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Funayama. I work as a graphic designer for books or magazines. This time, Shuren kana. With this, I received the type design prize. And this font, Matsumoto Moji Juku, is the activity I developed this font. Torinoumi Osamu-san is the head of this association or team, and trying to come up with font. A dozen of people or students join in the classroom or training so that everyone can come up with their own font on their own. I spent 2 years there. In the first year, well, I created a totally different font, which is different from the award-winning font. But to create a typeface, you need to think about how it would look like in the calligraphy. What you can see on the left side, how you can create forms and shapes. That is what I was engaged in the first year of the activity for this Matsumoto Mojichuku. You can create some letters based on movable types based, but it would not be a good match with the Minchotai font. So try to match that with the Minchotai kanji letters and to think about what would be the best elements for hiragana in the movable types. And as a result, from the center, I evolved it from to the center to the right. So I was engaged in the activity to make this font closer to printing types for movable types. And in the second year of the activity for that Mojichuku, I tried to test out something different. Originally, I tried to identify how calligraphy has becoming like movable types, but originally, At the beginning of Meiji era, from Shanghai, the metal types were imported, and to match with that, the hiragana movable types were developed. That was the history we had in Japan. And when you are taking in technology, the existing one, the left one is what was made in Edo period. The shapes of letters and characters would be greatly transformed by the introduction of new technology, which I found quite interesting. And metal types had just entered Japan in Meiji period, and the connected letters were separated, as you can see, just separated. That's how it looked like. But in the 30th period of years of Meiji era, you can see something very similar to us. Now, you can see the letters are totally separated and independent, which are used for the printing or digital fonts that we use in our time. So, metal type letter printing technology has changed how letters and characters would look like, and then with open type we are seeing a great evolution in the font technology. And with that advanced technology, I thought that these traditional old letters and characters can be replicated in the digital domain. That is what I decided to work on as the target of my activity. What you saw at the beginning, Shuren kana, this work to achieve that. It's not that I was trying to achieve this to begin with, but I tried to replicate what was in the past, and going through various experiments, I finally realized this one. It says that taking on challenges of Renmen font, we are not able to read characters from Edo period, and there are some reasons. The first one is Renmen connected writing. It's difficult to read connected writing, or some kuzushiji, or some cursive running script letters. It's difficult for the contemporary readers to read characters, or hentai kana, variant forms of hiragana, which are no longer in use. So these are major three factors that poses eligibility. We cannot solve everything, but we can solve this problem one by one. So I decided to first focus on Renmen connected style, connected writing. And as I looked into this in a broad-based manner, in the past there were some cases trying to replicate Renmen script. The first one is the Hirano Kappa number 4 connected kana approach. As you can see on the right side, the beginning letter and the letters within the word, they are shaped like to be connected with the letters adjacent to them, and the last letter which are connected from the top but not continued downward. Then by switching these, you can let these letters connected, and that is the metal typed printing. But compared to what we saw in either period, the arrangement looked like somewhat simple. So this is the starting point I tried to work on. These are the prototypes that I've been engaged in. Try to shift and switch letters. Even with that approach, it looks like very simple and monotonous, and we need to eliminate this image. And there is some the wide and narrow space. By combining these, you can achieve variable style with the intermediate widths, and by combining these, you can create this kind of image. I'd like to explain variable forms here. Normally, you can select regular or bold, switching between these, and the width of the letters or thickness of the lines can be adjusted with variables in a continuous manner. This is the technique called variable fonts. which is available now. So this would enable very flexible arrangement of texts, and I thought that this can be somewhat applied to this as well. With this technology, letters with wide and narrow width, and combining the letters with width in between, then we can make somewhat organized arrangement of letters. I tested this out, but changing width would still look monotonous or simple. That is the first prototype. Moving to the second prototype. Well, as with the first prototype, trying to think about the accent of lines, there are too many things you need to think about. That would be overwhelming. So I thought that I can use there's a Gothic that how letters can connect it is the area I thought I can focus on in my prototype. Thank you very much for your sharing that. You are very meticulous in your approach. Yes, and variable font, as we saw earlier, the width of the letters is regarded as one of the variables, and the other one is the thickness of lines. These are two axes I used in prototyping. With these, you can create various types of fonts. The left side, it's not readable, but I tried to go for some extremes. I adjusted 4 weights, the thickest and the widest, and the narrowest and thickest, and thinnest and normal, thinnest and narrowest. I picked these 4 fonts and trying to explore in between. And then the left side you can see the Tales of Genji, the writing style from Tales of Genji, and you can see thick and thin letters are in a way overlapped with each other in the writing. It's not something I can replicate now, but this is the ultimate target I'd like to achieve. So this is the goal I set. You set a very high goal. This is not something I can achieve in a step, but I try to refer various things to get closer to the goal. And this is still the second prototype. Hirano Kappan used this metal type printing. And as with that, I try to separate these. The letter that is not connected from the top and down, and the letter is connected from the top or bottom, and the letter is not connecting to the next letter. And based on these, I came up with 4 categories. And with that, the beginning of the word will look like natural. There's no connection from the upper letter. It starts naturally, and inserting some space, you can see the connection of these letters as a flow. It's not that I caught up with the Hirano Kappan style, but I tried to incorporate various elements in this manner. So I've engaged in the prototype.
The connection of Hirano Kappan was something I was unaware of. I apologize. So once I came this far, we can change the width and the thickness. So, like the very first default Chihaya Furu wordings, the previous one was only changing the width, but I could also change the size. And by using the benefit of changing the thickness, compared to the default on the furthest left, we can have annotation or inflection to it. So compared to the previous one, it looks a more natural or combination. Now that we have some inflections or intonation, but if we look at the textbooks, Hiragana starts from the left top and ends at the right bottom, and it's quite familiar to see that. And if we try to use a connected style renmen, we need to connect from the right top to the left, right bottom to the left top. So it will be from the right to the left. And I thought this is the reason behind the monotonous impression. So that was my hypothesis to move on to the next prototype. So all people who work on the irenmentai, we find this regularity or the rules and find it very difficult. We have the central endpoint, and that is the start of the stroke. We try to resist this inclination. When we look at this, this is Tsugiskishi. This is one of the famous calligraphy writing. And at the very end, it says nuran. The start the stroke and the end stroke of the very first letter, it was at the center when we done the prototype. But it starts from the left top and ends at the right bottom naturally. So I was thinking, why can't we introduce this? So this is the prototype number 3. So if we connect with this inclined line, it looks monotonous. So like he and to. The end stroke is connected with the first stroke of to. And we wanted he to be on a natural ending, and if we want to naturally connect it with the next letter to, we see this misalignment. So we have this one letter where, but if we try to switch, we thought that we could end to the right bottom, toward the right bottom. I think this was the very first time to see a mathematical approach to this renmentai. So in this Iroha Hoheto writings, like we saw in Tsugiskishi, we see this flow all from the left top to the right bottom, and I had thought that this could possibly be the natural Japanese writing. So therefore, I have some studies. So this is the textbook. And this is the variable font that we're using. And we can adjust the angle. We can adjust the angle. If we end vertically, it looks very much artificial. So how would it look like in a natural manner? I made this variable font. I am impressed to see this work. I didn't have an ultimate goal. I was looking into what would look natural and attempted the natural looks. So I was really dragged in different directions by the prototypes. So I wasn't sure where I was heading toward. And then I started from the round Gothic, and I tried to eliminate all the thickness. So because of the time constraint, I put some intonation or inflection to it and looked into the font. And this is the study. The variable font in an inclined manner was quite difficult to make it systematic. So I wasn't able to implement the systematic inclination, but I could also reapply this shift of the axis and the misalignment of the axis to make it look natural as cursive writing. So that's what I tried to do. in Shuren kana. So, the ashihiki no writing, this shi is slightly on the right, and when it ends at the right, it will have a natural or misalignment. So, koshi, in this combination, we have to bring ko to the right, but in the calligraphy, there is hiki otoshi ho. That is just a natural or continuation from the end stroke of the previous letter. So we have reapplied this technique. This is the elements of Japanese grammar. This is a textbook of kana moji to non-Japanese people. So each of the letters are written in a very distinctive manner, and it's also in a renmen connected style. And I thought that this may be an easy approach. So I have referenced these documents to add the features. So this is the completion font. So I have used the Hyakuni issue as a motif and looking into how natural it looks like and adding the type design. As Issay-san mentioned at the very beginning, we want it to be legible or without using the variant forms of hiragana, because using the variant forms would be time-consuming. But that was the aim. Because we want to make into form, we don't want to use the variant because it's not legible to many people. So we wanted to use the modern hiragana so that it could be read by the general public. When we write using the brush stroke without the variant forms of hiragana, it wouldn't look natural. But you have overcome that unnatural looks of the without the variant forms of hiragana. I wanted to end my presentation with this page. Because we have 4 different forms of writings and letters, we have a different size fonts included. So the font has a continuation. Of course, we can make a continuation from the previous letter, but considering the different meanings, we have a switch over at the very start of the word, so word initial. So we looked into the row before or the column before, or to change the word initial and the word finally. So that is something I want to polish and brush up. This is like a ligature. It's not a ligature combining 2 letters. It's a continuation of 2 different letters. Ligature, like keri. There are different fonts that have already implemented renmen connected style, but that would be limited to keri, and we have to create these words, many words. But by finding the patterns of the continuation, we don't necessarily have to build the ligature, the many different types of ligature. So I think that is something different from before. This is extraordinary. Normally, it's much easier to put ligature, but you intended not to do so. It's great. I asked some typeface designer to take a look at what I've done, but the continuation was not necessarily too good. And there was a lot of suggestions to make it a ligature instead. We can add many patterns of ligature. But it's still all beautiful. and extraordinary. This is not simply a text. You were taking a look at it and adjusting, as I think we are almost out of time. But when it comes to calligraphy, we tried to change and make sure that the side-by-side letters do not be too similar. Yes, like this writings, Ashihiki no Yamadori no Shidario no, this no, the no is the rhyme. So there's so many no letters. And if we don't have only 4 O letters, we have duplications and overlaps. So in many cases, we use variant forms of hiragana, try to avoid the identical looks. If we can change and interchange freely, we may be able to have a more or affluent and bigger possibility. I think this font has a huge possibility and potential. I would have loved to talk more about this, but we're running out of time. Is there anything more you would like to add today? Lastly, I believe the other TDC award winners have mentioned also that it's hard to use as a font set at the moment. But I am very and truly grateful that my experimental approach was evaluated. So I believe this is like a trend and a flow, or that I would like to continue my efforts. Thank you very much for acknowledging my work. Thank you. It's a beautiful and extraordinary font. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2025. I am Okazaki, one of the judges from Lana, Gloria, Vukojević, and Narcisa and Lana, who we were honored to be by their presence. This book, when we first saw this book at the judging session, and I immediately knew that it has some background that goes long, and there is only so much information. It was difficult for us to understand the visual and graphic in detail, but it's a small, unassuming design, and there's nothing showy or glossy, but it's dense. I think it's got a lot of substance, and it's very, I could see that there's a lot thought put into this design. And the graveyard, based on the inscription on the graveyard, that was how his poems were so beautiful and outstandingly beautiful. And poems, I could see that there's a deep meaning, but we could not understand exactly what's behind this beautiful book. But the poem on the graveyard, even though we could not read what the poem was, but visually it was very striking, and I think it was very clear that there were a lot of thoughts put into this book, so it was very gravitating. So please start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these kind words. Think we would need some lights. Yeah. Oh, hello. I am Lana, and this is my colleague Narcisa. We come from Croatia, and we are independent graphic designers, but we do collaborate quite often, and we've been collaborating for over 25 years on various kinds of graphic design projects. Thank you, TDC, for having us here and for recognizing this project. We are most honored to present it here today.
Before we start talking about our book, it seems appropriate to give you a sense of the context and circumstances that led to the creation of this book. Until 30-something years ago, we have lived in the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, which you can see on this map, that existed from 1945 to the early 90s, when the dissolution of the country had started. But our zone of interest includes two republics. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you could hear. Okay. The Republic of Croatia, the country we come from, and the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the country we'll mainly talk about. Croatia declared independence in 1991 and Bosnia in 1992. Although the official Yugoslav policy proclaimed brotherhood and unity among its peoples, after the separation, the bloodiest war broke out. Before the war, Bosnia was Yugoslavia in miniature. Three indigenous peoples lived together: Muslims, Croats, and Serbs. There is a traditional dish called Bosnian pot, a stew made with various types of meat, vegetables, spices. Bosnian pot could be a medonym for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnian pot exploded in the war, and once brotherly peoples became mortal enemies. From this time, this wartime, Rashomon, three contradictory truths and narratives emerged from all three warring parties. The battlefield was these two countries, Croatia and Bosnia. After the war, Bosnia was divided into two political entities and still is. And after the war, three indigenous people live apart. And now about the book itself. It deals with the Bosniak-Croat conflict in central Bosnia, a small region, as you can see on the map, in the heart of the country that was mostly inhabited by Croats. The conflict occurred in 1993 when war crimes against Croatian civilians were being committed. Unlike other truths and official narratives that echoed in the media all these years across the whole region, not much has been said or written about the suffering of Croatian civilians. The victims have been silenced and even forgotten. Their surviving family members were denied the opportunity to mourn them with dignity. This book attempts to correct this omission.
We got invited to this project by writer, the young journalist Gloria Lujanović, who was born in 1993 in the shelter during the bombings in the central Bosnia. Gloria started her research on war crimes in central Bosnia while she was still a student in her early 20s. So this photograph you can see here actually pushed her to start the project and inspired her to write the first poem, which later became the book. This is a photograph showing an old lady, Miss Anja Buha, standing on the front of her to the ground burned home in the little village in the central Bosnia. When Gloria decided to start this project, she thought it was her first self-commission, but it actually became her lifelong obsession. In order to find out what have really happened to her people in her region, she started conducting interviews with the victims' families in their homes. Usually, in most of the cases, she was the only one they ever spoke to and spoke about the tragedies that have happened to them. During that time, the war crime were prosecuted at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in Hague. Gloria was closely following the prosecutions and even reporting from Hague, but realizing that the tribunal have failed to recognize the war crimes in her region, she started her passionate mission to speak publicly about what she discovered, collecting these confessions from people from her region. During this process where she spoke publicly about these events, she received multiple death threats and was even offered a protection by the Republic of Croatia, which she refused. However, in 2020, Gloria decided to leave Bosnia and to relocate to Croatia and publish this book. So when she approached us and when she shared her story with us, it was our main concern how to design such a book. What does it mean to commemorate war crime victims in a book? Our publisher imagined a glossy, large size scale monograph depicting the portraits of the crime, or the crime victims, the destructions and the suffering. But however, they were open to give a carte blanche to Gloria and us to develop the book that we believed in. These photographs that you can see here are the portraits taken for the book. However, we decided once we saw these portraits that we don't want to expose these people in any way, and we don't want to be explicit about the tragedies. We realized after looking at them that this book that we are supposed to design is book for them. We wanted to honor them with most dignity. We also felt that it's very important to carefully pick a genre because it's also not a documentary book. It's much more complex than that. And also it was important to us not to create any kind of pompous publication. So in terms of the content, we started with Gloria very early on in the process, and what she shared with us at the very beginning was a pile of unrefined, rather unstructured stuff. The content included her factual journalistic research, her personal essay reflecting on the events, few expressive, very emotional poems, and photography commissioned for the book documenting the victims' families and the scenes of war crimes. In order to develop the right visual language and create the right atmosphere for the book, we actually researched the visual references in the central Bosnia.
And now we'll show you some visual references that inspired our design work. The design of our book has its origins in the rich heritage and tradition of this region, along with the community's vernacular art. Bosnian Croats are Christians, specifically Catholics, and their ethnic and religious identity have become so intertwined that they are basically inseparable. Especially striking sign of this identity is the Bosnian cross that you can see on the photos, of an unusual anthropomorphic shape that appears on the ancient graveyards of this region during the Ottoman rule from the 15th to the 19th century. It was a sign of distinction from other ethnic and religious communities. Overgrown in its landscape, it testifies to the existence and persistence of one people during a turbulent history. We were mainly interested in typography of the inscriptions on these gravestones. And now these pages show the drawings of tattoos. Marking the body with tattoos of various symbols was a common practice of Central Bosnian Catholics, mostly women. They represent an indelible mark of deep devotion to the Catholic faith and ethnic identity. But this custom goes back much further into history, to pre-Christian times. Ethnologists have determined that tattooing was always done at the same day of the year, on March 19th, on the eve of the spring equinox, a day celebrated by all of history's pagan religions. These are Catholic prayer books. Our book resembles the form of an intimate Catholic prayer book, usually of modest appearance with black cloth or leather covers on which a symbol or monogram is embossed or printed. It contains essential Christian prayers and other religious texts. And to quote a Bosnian Catholic priest from Bosnia, it means the prayer book in the hand of its worshipper through all the troubles and storms of history.
And here on this slide, we zoomed into the symbols that you can usually find on these prayer books from the Bosnia. Those are quite different than the prayer books in urban areas.
And the monogram on the cover of our book is a sign of the Virgin Mary seen in this photograph, which is printed in our book, of a creation house of the region. Bosnian Croats have used such symbols to mark their houses in order to clearly distinguish themselves from other ethnic groups.
And here is our book. We wanted to create, our aim was to create a visual language that will be deeply anchored in the cultural landscape of the central Bosnia. We also wanted this book to have very bare, raw, modest qualities, and to embrace the vernacular language that we found in the Bosnian heritage. In terms of sequence and structure of the book, we found it very important for creating the atmosphere. We worked closely with Gloria on the content so that we structure it in a way that would enable us to design such a book. So from the dominantly essay-based book, we went to a dominant poem part, which felt more memorial. And we also changed a lot of initial things in the structure of the content. So our role in this book in many ways overgrew what is the usual role of a graphic designer in the book design. We became editors of this book in many ways.
We decided to communicate mostly through the typography and layout to reduce the size and overall presence of images, drawing focus on the text. The emotions culminate in the poem section. Every poem honors either a river, a forest, a crime site, as well as people, mostly widowed women, whom Gloria had researched about.
It's not okay.
The poems are typeset in a custom-made typeface we have designed based on vernacular typography found on gravestones in central Bosnia, which you could see. And the poems are a kind of epitaph carved into the pages of the book in capital letters.
We removed most imagery from the book. And instead of showing the victims or the graves, we created these collages that are inspired by overlapping of the multi-layered past and present life found in the Bosnian landscape. Yeah.
You can't see. Okay. Probably the most striking part of the book are its black pages. Sorry. Which have, okay, I'll repeat. Probably the most striking part of the book are its black pages, which have also caused the most controversy among readers. Some have interpreted them as a mistake. Some did not want to read them out of spite because they are difficult to read. In terms of content, there are footnotes that explain relatively unknown war facts and events. Footnotes, as their name suggests, are usually located at the bottom of the page below the main text, set in the minimum type size on the edge of readability. Unlike those, ours occupy whole pages, are set in type size larger than the main text, and are just as obscure as were the events they are referring to. The dark truth lies in the dark pages. But they can be read. It just takes a little more effort and concentration. It's the least we can give out to these people. The photographs used in the book form a visual sequence with a narrative line in its own right. We removed most of the imagery with explicit content such as portraits of the interviewees or images depicting suffering. By changing their size, orientation, color, grouping them into diptychs, we tried to enhance their content, which is an image of today's central Bosnia that seems to be frozen in time. War scars are omnipresent, but so is fate, perhaps even hope.
And now a little bit about situating this book within our own body of work. It was very important to us to also situate the book, The Heart of the Land, within our own graphic design and typography interest. The book is part of the small special edition series that we've been doing for a publisher, Ocean More from Zagreb. In that series, each book actually responds to its own content. It's not really part of some strong series defined by visual identity or the size. Each book has its own size, and it has its own material properties, such as paper or binding or materials used. And this seems very important to us in the book design because we believe that the material features, especially the page size, communicate strongly about the content of the book. And this is why we decide about them only after getting involved with the content.
It's important for us to emphasize that we are not professional typographers. We do not design typefaces. We only love to express ourselves through typography. The role of typography on the cover serves as a form of illustration. It is truly about creating an atmosphere with type. The consistency of this book series lies in its typographical treatment.
And for the end, Gloria entered the homes of victims' families as a journalist, but she left as a friend. Up to this day, she remains the only one who has spoken publicly about their confessions and their tragedies. She continues to have a friendly relationship with all of them to this day.
We would like the book to be read in a quiet, withdrawn manner, just as one pays tribute in silence to those who are no longer there.
We dedicate our design work on this book to these brave and humble Croatian people of Central Bosnia. They deserve the honor of this prize. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
This book, the design of this book was really in line with the content, and I think that's the importance and the beauty of this book, that the design is in line and really reflecting the content. When I heard about the story of the breakdown of Yugoslavia, I looked into the documentary videos. I tried to learn and study about what happened in history. It's a lot of complexity. There are a lot of ethnic groups through the long history coexisted in harmony, but at sometimes had conflict at the same place. And the central Bosnia, the people of Croatia and the people of Muslim had some conflict, and I understand the difficulty how to approach the design of the book. And I think the start of it, thinking of how to approach, must have been very difficult and a very complex process. So I was very much intrigued and interested in the photographs. You were deeply engaged in the editorial aspect of the book. You mentioned that in the presentation, and that gave me a deep impression. So you increased the poems, and rather than a direct essay, you took an indirect approach through poems and photographs as well, or you have collaged them together, so or you have made them more abstract instead of the direct impression and rendering. So that was very impressive. Is that an approach that you normally take, like the editorial approach that you normally take?
I think this is quite at the core of our book work. It's almost impossible to distinguish ourselves from the content, and we hardly ever just execute something that is given to us as a designers, but we try to engage deeply with the author, working on that text or the content in order to become a book, because book is something very different than the raw text. And I think the collaboration between the editor or the writer and designer is actually the one that makes a good book.
Yes, I agree with Lana. Nothing much to add.
Yes, absolutely. Your engagement, the deep engagement to the content was extraordinary. That was great. And another question I had. We don't have much time. Well, if you would like to add a final comment, would you kindly share anything you would like to as a final comment?
Well, we could thank you all for listening. It is such an honor to be here with all of you. Hope you like our presentation. Thank you so much. I think we said everything through our presentation. Thank you.
My name is Oda Yuriko, the judge of Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2025. The title is No Parking Henry Kubel Session. Henry Kubel-san shared a presentation video, so please watch this video.
Hello TDC, my name is Henry Kubel. I'm from A2 Type in London. I'm going to give a short talk about our TDC prize winning work in a minute, but I just want to say sorry I can't be with you. I love Tokyo, but this year it wasn't possible. This is the to us, the most important typography and typeface design competition in the world, so it's a huge honor. Thank you to all the judges, and big congratulations to all the other prize nominees and award recipients. Well done to all of us. I'm going to disappear. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope you also enjoy the small talk we put together for you. Bye for now. I'm going to talk to you about the work that we received the TDC prize for. It's a typeface called No Parking. But before I do that, I just want to show you a little bit. I want to show you where we're from. We are based in London. We're two people. There's excuse me. There's Scott Williams and myself, and we've been working together for 25 years. We're in an area called Shoreditch. We have a small building. Here we go. It's a bit of theatre. It's actually very, very small. There's meetings on the ground floor. We work on the middle floor, and on the top floor is our archive. And we've been here since 2017. We've been in the area since 2000, so this is our latest office, so to speak. It's in number 5. 5 is actually it's my lucky number. So anyway, I am a huge fan of vernacular lettering, so stuff done by sign painters, and also, which to some extent are trained, but also untrained people. I love it. I find a lot of inspiration in these vernacular images and pieces of lettering. Wherever I go, I try and photograph them. This is close to where our office is. It's not as sophisticated as the one I showed before, but we know what they mean. We get it, right? There's a lot of these around. They just appear. You don't really see them being made. They're just there. I assume they're being made in the middle of the night where there's not a lot of cars on the road. But I love them. Here's another one. This is one I photographed recently. I cropped the image a little bit, but there's actually a number plate in the window. This is outside a private house. There's a number plate saying no parking in the window. What I particularly like about this is that they put please, PLS, after the message. So they know they're perhaps being a little bit in your face, but they do apologize. So, there's also an interesting G here, but I'll come back to interesting Gs. This one I photographed. It was round the corner from where I used to live, and I like it because you have the classic sign painted sign top center of the image. There's some sans serif, and then there's a beautiful script font saying "Garage in constant use, 24 hours." That's proper type, hand painted. And then obviously the guy who's in charge of the gates, he realized that beautiful little sign didn't work, so he took it into his own hands, and he got his red brush out, his red paint and the big brush, and he did this stuff. I mean, I love it. This is the untrained graphic designer doing graphic design, and yeah, I get inspired by this. Glad it's not on my house, but beautiful it is for sure. Right, here's the project. A year ago, almost to date, I was in New York and I was running between meetings and this guy was there and I was like, this is it. I finally catch him. Oh, I finally get to see one of these being made because they're being made. And I got my phone out and I'm just going to play this small video recording for you and then I'll talk about, you know, what happened. We all know it ended up as a typeface, but I'll show you the journey. So give him some time. Let's sound this up. I'm going to play it and then I'll come back to you. That's beautiful, man. Thank you. Yeah, love it. Right, yes, you know. Look at that G.
That G is like, I don't know.
Ah, it's really good. It's really good. I got no idea where exactly in New York I photographed this or shot the video. I got no idea, but I found out where it was. I'll show you how I found out where it was exactly. I was on my way to a meeting, so I didn't bother photographing things around it. I was just rushing, and later in the evening I was seeing these two guys, Carlson Wilker. They're my friends from Richwood in Brooklyn, and I shared the video with them. We have a similar sense of humor, and they were like, hey man, you gonna make this font? And I was kind of saying, yeah man, I am going to do it tonight when I get back to my hotel room. And I did, kind of. Now, I don't start font projects by drawing a G. It's slightly different, but in this case I did, because I knew it was so wild. I've never seen anything like it. The shapes are familiar, but the way they're put together, just... Anyway, I started off with the G, and then I thought, this is crazy. And then I thought, well, if he can do a crazy G, so can I. So I tried to challenge myself, and I still think his G, the guy who did it on the road, is better. But now there's two G's in the front. So where is the source material? When I was invited to give this talk because of the prize we received, I was like, I'm going to figure out exactly where it is, because otherwise you think I'm making it up. And this is the map I had for the day. Now, I'm trying to do this like 10 months later, 11 months later. And I knew roughly where I was and where I was going. And so this is what I did. I went on Google Maps, and I thought, well, this is gonna be easy-ish. And I had a few pointers in the video. I'm just show you this is me on Google Maps. But just bear with me. This is exactly what I did. Oh, here we go. I'm going to Spring Street from Avenue A, and I'm walking. Normally I would have got a cab, but I had a bit of time, so I thought I'm gonna walk it. It's a nice day. Here we go. This is roughly the route I thought I was taking. It all looks good. I'm gonna find a sign right down here. Well, so I thought. Let's see. And some of you may think that the coordinates should be on my video from my iPhone, but they were not, because that would have been easy. They were not. So this is like the old-fashioned way. I mean, we're lucky we have this type of technology, because otherwise it would have been even more difficult. Right, this is not working, obviously, so I'm going to try and type in one of the things I could see in the video in the background. And there's like a marquee where it said Associated Supermarkets. And I'm going to try and see if there's something around there. It's putting me towards the 8th Street. I'm going to see Because when I find that, I know the sign is being painted opposite. So, but this is not a street with a supermarket on. So back to square one. Right, roughly here. Let's try again. And there was another thing in the background. I'm probably gonna pronounce this wrong. Stevenson. Stevenson. And let's see. Now I know I can see I'm going the wrong way, so it's definitely up here. But I'm just gonna try, because this is not on my way to the meeting. I'm actually, by retracing my steps, I'm actually going the wrong way. But I'm just gonna see. Let's have a look. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, here we go. Fantastic. Here, right here, we have this supermarket sign. So this sign, my no parking should be up right opposite. Right, let's have a look. There you go. This is it. I found it! But what I found was not the one I video filmed. This is actually one that was done before. So I learned something. This guy, he's doing it on a regular basis. So he's a serious guy, you know? He's maintaining his sign. Right, well I found it, and I can give you the exact coordinates, and if you want to see the source material, you can go there, and then it's right in front of your eyes. Here we go. You see it says no parking anytime. Now, when I was filming, that wasn't the word anytime, so there's actually some more letters that it's after the fact, so I would draw these letters not knowing what they would look like, but I'm glad to, you know, they look the way I drew them also, or I imagined they would have looked like, apart from the E, which I took a bit of liberty on it. Well, I'm just going to show you the map. So the red route is the route I thought I was taking, but I ended up going, oh, this is where I found the sign. So I'm completely off track. Now, isn't that lucky that I went the wrong way? Because not only did I see the most beautiful G in the world, I also drew a new font, and then we won a TDC prize. I mean, if you ever go the wrong way, just rest assured it's a good thing. Right, this is just a note to myself. Second, you know, oh, here's the E. This is what I wanted to show you. I did my own version of the E. I wasn't gonna make like a normal type E. And here is the typeface I finished. I finished most of it in my hotel room over the next couple of days when I was in New York. I think by the time I left New York, I had this in my presentation, and most people I showed it to, they just thought it was the best project. So hallelujah! And now I managed to get out of my presentation. We're back in. This is the full glyph set. It supports Vietnamese also. I finished it when I got back to London, and I actually spent more than a few days doing this because I wanted to get it right. NP, it also means no problem. No parking, no problem. These are a couple of pages from the specimen we did to kind of we released the font. Nobody has bought a license, which is fun. We didn't do it to sell licenses. We did it. I drew this font or this alphabet because it was a challenge, and I thought it was such a find that I had to record it. And it's almost a gift to myself for, you know, running around New York and not necessarily enjoying it. But yeah, here we are. Here we are today also. These are some more specimen pages. I also did an extra A, and you can see, so every second line, the top line has the crazy G I did, and then the second line has his G. It's the original G, we call it. And then some of the numbers, I'm particularly proud of the 3 and the 5 and the 6. Obviously the 6 also becomes the 9. But I wouldn't have drawn these had he not set me off on this path with his shape construction of the G. Here's the glyph set. Oh, the core glyph set. You see there's two A's, 2 G's in caps, and there's also 2 G's in the lowercase. And it has all the punctuation and sorts. Now you can do street signs with lowercase letters also if you wish. And here's my son. We might as well get him started off on some of the good stuff. So I gave him this is only 2 days ago. I gave him a stencil plate, and when I gave it to him, he said, "Thank you, Daddy. I know what to do." And I was like, "This is brilliant." And here he is. He's drawing letters, and who knows? One day he might be painting no parking signs.
In an everyday landscape, to visualize letters, it was a very impressive, and especially the G is very unique. That to layman's eyes, it was born in the, I think it was naturally born in their everyday life, not from an expert. And the G, it opens a door to new possibilities. There are only in a written format, and this was developed into a new font, so he's so observant, and he is very to create certain font in a consistency. I had awe on his creativity. Just observing what's around you is not enough to create something new, and I think that's what comes from this project. Around us, there are just huge number of letters, and creating those letters are not just for recognizability, but focus on how the letters are written by certain people, and then create them into a font. It's a vernacular, and also it showcases the characteristic of certain communities. So congratulations on your
TDC Prize 2025, one of the judges. My name is Tabei Inina. Let's not get used to this place, say the title's name. The title makes sure damaged goods, winning the TDC Prize, and we'd like to welcome Sean Gindris. So when I take a look at this book, it's very thick and black, and it looked very heavy. That's the impression I had.
But when I picked it up, I somewhat thought it was light. It's a soft cover. I have it in my hand at the moment. It's actually heavy in weight. So I thought it would be tiresome to read this entire book. But once I start reading it, it was light, and it has a very distinctive appearance, and it gave me a very fresh and strange impression. And I was wondering why I felt so light, because there are lots of compositions, elements that makes up a book: photos, text, the paper material, and the thickness of the book, the ink. There are these different elements in a book, They do not exist in pages in a disciplined manner, protecting their own domain. They're actually interacting and fuse with each other, retaining their individual characteristic, and as a result, each page shows a fresh impression. This project, as mentioned in the speech, I think I heard it took 3 years. 3 years to do this project, and I'm wondering about the process, how the collaboration went, how you worked with the authors, how you worked with publishing companies, and I would love to hear more about that. And I also hear you work as an educator, a trainer, so I would also like to hear about the workshop, and I saw it through Instagram. You seem to be doing some experimental attempts, so I'm wondering if there's any impact from your educational activities to your work. So we would love to hear about that. So with this, I would like to turn to you, and please kindly give us your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mina. I'll talk mostly about the book, but I think this question around education is a nice one, and I'm happy to talk more about it maybe at the end of the presentation to sort of see how it goes, maybe how it can relate to the book project. But yeah, I'm very happy to be here today. I think it's a really nice honor to receive the prize for this book. Actually, it was 4 years, not 3 years, so it's even longer that I was working on it. And I think largely that has to do with being an educator full-time. And so it's one of these things where working on a project or commission-based work takes a very slow amount of time. Normally, I maybe have the summer or moments in between or evenings. And so it took 4 years, partially because of that, and partially because the artist whose book it's for, Meg, is also very busy. So we would often work on this book very intensely for a week or 2 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 times a year, and then we'd sort of separate for a while, and then we would come back and meet again and discuss things. And I think this also, the way we worked on it also relates a lot to her general process as a choreographer, where she works a lot with dancers without any maybe clear sense of what the project she'll do will be or what the performance piece will be. And she kind of lets the process be quite organic. So actually, when I was brought in for the process of designing the book, the editor had also been hired at the exact same time, and there was no content yet in the project. So we just kind of had to figure out together, what would the book be? What did it need? How do we represent her work, which I think is a large part of what this talk will be about. What kind of texts are in there? How do things get commissioned? Things like this. So yeah, I'll start now. Yeah, but also I want to again thank the TDC for inviting and for the honor of the prize. I also want to thank Bjorn Giesecke, who worked a lot on this book with me, assisting me in the process. I worked on this for 4 years, but Bjorn joined maybe in the final year and a half and did quite a lot of labor in the book with me as well. I think this book, as you'll see, is very much a technical object. It's really based, a lot of its kind of strength, I would say, is in its production. And so I have a lot to thank to the printers, DZA and Altenberg, as well as Tony and Kevin, who are the printers on the machines, and then Christian, who's the pre-press lithographer, who separated all the images. Okay, so. So the book itself is organized into 5 sections primarily. It's 528 pages, with the majority of the book being, the first half of the book being a chronology of Meg Stewart's performance-based work. And then it's organized afterwards, the remaining 256 pages, between reflections, which are short texts that people who have worked with her have written about in terms of their process. They're very casual texts. Then there's a section on her video works, because for the last 5 years, she started doing more video-based work with her performance works. Then a section on essays, and then finally a section which is called Gatherings, which is that Meg is also herself a teacher and also contributes a lot to the sort of social circumstance of the dance community, particularly in Germany. But for the majority of the talk, I'll focus mainly on this performance section of the book, which I think was sort of the biggest part of figuring out in how to do it for this project. So I'll maybe just read a kind of short description I had written that maybe makes sense to do, and then I'll weave in and out. So Let's Not Get Used to This Place is a publication on the work of choreographer Meg Stewart and her network of collaborators from the last 15 years. The final book overlaps between being a traditional monograph, giving context and history to the work, while also documenting it. A workbook for students for dance students to possibly take with them into the studio, as well as being an artist book, which is to say attempting to transpose qualities of Meg's work as a dancer into the final form of a book. The book compiles a wide variety of texts, essays, reflections, interviews, poems, performance texts, scores, and exercises from people who have worked with her, and includes a significant amount of image material accumulated since 2008. These images are primarily documentation of performances taking place in different venues and settings, often photographed by different photographers. One of the main questions in designing the book became how to best represent Meg's work through this material. So I thought maybe I would also show some images of Meg's work. So she's a choreographer who's been working since the very early 90s. And this book is primarily about the last 15 years of her work. 15 years ago, she had another monograph that came out earlier called Are We There Yet? And this is sort of a sequel to it. And a lot of her work, she deals a lot with, so she started very as a kind of much more simple figure-based solo dancer, and I think through the last years, her work has kind of expanded quite a bit, involves a lot of dancers. Her productions are quite elaborate, with many props, quite intense scenography, musicians, things like this. And her work always kind of tries to find a new visual language for itself, but there's always some element of improvisation involved. They're quite energetic experiences. People who work in scenography or act as musicians or costume designers maybe typically would exist on the sidelines, but sometimes they get pulled into her pieces spontaneously, and actually then have to be part of the performance themselves without any kind of proper training as a dancer. So she really kind of involves a lot of different people into her works. And I think it's really this kind of experience that's quite hard to represent outside of actually seeing a performance for it. So I think this kind of became one of the central difficulties in dealing with the book, is how to actually represent her work in an object. And I think a big part of that is as well that the main material we had for dealing with the documentation is photography. So people who photographed her work, many different photographers photographed her work within different settings over the years. And this image material varied quite a bit, but not only that, I think a lot of it was taken with a kind of intention more of, let's say, advertising her performances. So maybe on the first night it would be documented, and that we used as image material for touring the performances. So I think when talking with Meg about her work, we were trying to figure out how can we use the image material that we had, knowing that a lot of it didn't necessarily feel like it was meant for a kind of, an artist's publication in the documentation of it, or the image material didn't necessarily feel like it kind of captured a clear way of representing her work for a reader outside of maybe being a kind of, let's call it a hero image, or like this image that's very like has a kind of power to it, but maybe doesn't represent some of her smaller moments or intimate moments in her performances. So I think the main way that we decided to work on the design of the book was, I think, through three different intentions, which Mina spoke about. One is through how to use the image material that we had. Another is through typography, and then the last being the production of the book. So first, I'll talk about the image material. So like I said, the image material primarily were these images that felt quite powerful. They're very like iconic in many instances, and it felt to treat them as sort of documents, which is to say, in a book you might have an image which has a large margin around the edges of it, and you kind of treat it as like a historical artifact. Felt inappropriate somehow. It didn't feel like that's how you were meant to look at the image or read the image. So one of the first decisions we made was that we would full bleed all the image material in the book. So it would always be this thing that took up the entire book. So you kind of could never escape the image, or you were never necessarily looking at the image from a distance, but always integrated into the design of the book itself. So here I kind of have some just examples of the original image and then it being translated into the actual layout of the book. And yeah, I think a big part of that is that we really wanted the images to be integrated into the design. So it wasn't, again, like I said, this passive set of material, but essentially the power of the image just embodied, like took over the entire book itself. And so that was kind of the main kind of decision we made, was that we would treat everything full bleed, and there would always be this idea that you only engage with one image at a time and spend time with it. But then there was a secondary gesture that we had in the book, which we thought could kind of counter that a bit, which is this idea of the cutout as a form. So we would actually take the figures and the props that her dancers were working with, and sometimes use it as punctuation in the book by removing the kind of background or stage setting and place them into the book itself. And I think both of these modes, the full bleed and the cutouts, were meant as ways of having the dancers, the stage, the setting, all be integrated into the book as a kind of its own sort of, for lack of a better term, artistic space, how the work would be represented. So you were less actually looking at it as, yeah, this sort of image material, and more that now suddenly the work is getting really embedded into the book itself, and becomes a part of its design, and actually carries most of the weight of the design itself, I would say, like the way that these images are being treated. Some more cutouts. In some cases, they kind of get collaged, so parts that are not related to each other kind of start meeting each other. And this is maybe just how we worked on the cutouts, was we used this like bright yellow background to sort of help emphasize where detailing needs to be had for cutting out. So it's just used as this way of guiding us to see if we had hair, like where the background had to be removed. Then aside from image material, we also worked with type, and at some point in the process, because there's a lot of different text material, we had the idea that every different type of text material, so from reflections to essays to anecdotes to poems to short text, long text, would all have different treatments entirely from one another. But then working on the book and thinking about the intensity of how much material there was, we thought that's actually made it harder to sort of follow by doing it. But then on top of that, Meg, being the artist, really wanted the majority of the book to be represented, or the majority of her work to be represented through image material, whereas the editors who worked as journalists primarily wanted the material to be represented as text material. And there was this moment where neither side would sort of give in to the other side, and that there was kind of a standstill in it. And then I proposed that actually we just run both of these materials parallel to each other, because we didn't have room to fully separate all of them. Otherwise, the book would be over 1,000 pages, and already it's 528 pages, which is quite a lot for one artist to have as a book. So we decided that we would just overlap everything, and then we would just have the text sort of respond to the images. And that would be the way that we allowed both to kind of coexist simultaneously. And I think this also helped to sort of justify this idea of just simplifying the text a lot and keeping it quite restrained. So that way, every time there was a body or a person on the page or an important prop, the typography would move out of the way and allow them to be on the space. And in a way, this also is a kind of inversion of the cutout as well. Like instead of it being the cutout of the figures, it's now the text that's sort of responding or being sort of adjusted in its shape. And then the last part which is I would say kind of the main, I think, characteristic of the object, is the production of the book itself, which is that the book is printed on black paper. And the reason why we decided to print the book on black paper instead of white is that we felt that, again, I mentioned earlier, there's a big challenge in trying to represent Meg's work or represent dance in the form of a book. And I think Meg had a big struggle with trying to accept how her body of work over the last 15 years was going to be shared in a book, printed, having these kind of flat images when it's meant to be this very exciting experience. And the proposal of the black paper, which really sort of changed how these images are reproduced in the book, into something completely different. So it clearly acknowledged that it's not trying to be let's say, a good image reproduction of a photograph. I think gave her gave her comfort in allowing herself to accept that actually this is not the original works that she's looking at. It really is now trying to just be something else. So by having the images transformed through this production process and having it behave differently than a normal image, I think, and into something that was more material and in your hands, it gave her, the ability to kind of let go this sort of representation from one side into accepting it as working like something else. And the reason for it being the black paper is that the majority of her work takes place in a black box theater space. So her work always starts from this setting of being in the dark and the black, and then all the scenography, the bodies, the lighting, the musicians all sort of exist in that space and activate it. And so we thought that the black paper would kind of be a way of reflecting that all of her works also start from the standpoint of the dark theater before the lights go up and the performance starts. And so we thought it was a nice gesture to use the black paper as this reference point for how to deal with the starting point of the page, as opposed to being the white page and then reproducing black with CMYK printing. It's also a very hard object to photograph and to place on shots. I've tried scanning, photographing, none of it works very well. And then maybe the last thing I'll talk about is the actual process of doing the printing on the black paper, because I feel like that's maybe the most interesting part, or at least for me, it was very interesting to kind of work on. So the way the book is produced is that CMYK images, which is say full color, cyan, magenta, yellow, black images, traditionally printed with offset printing, are in this case having the black channel, which is the K channel of the printing, removed, and instead the black paper is replacing it. So there's only CMY being printed for it, and then the paper is taking on the role of the black. So that's kind of the reference point to this black theater space. However, CMY inks are transparent, and that's why you can make full color images, because the inks mix within each other when they're printing. So in order to have it happen where they printed and didn't absorb into the black paper, which is what would happen if they were just printed on their own, we decided to print a layer of silver and metallic ink, because metallic inks are opaque, so they sit on top of the paper. So that blocks out anywhere where you need some kind of white to be showing on the paper. So this kind of was the process for it. So for example, this is a CMYK image, how it wouldn't be normally. Then this is the production file for CMY plus silver. And then this is what it looks like when it's printed on the black paper. And then again, another example, CMYK image, CMY plus silver, and then when it's printed on the black paper. And in order to do this, I'll try to speed up because I see I'm like going over. In order to do this, we had to do a lot of testing. So we did what was called a wet proof, which is where you print offset a single sheet of the book, or anything you want to test printing wise. And so we tested it first with a silver ink PMS 877, which is the standard Pantone silver ink. However, when we got the test, the artist Meg noticed that the images were very dull because the color really absorbed into the silver, which then initiated a second test where we communicated this to the printer, who then tested a different silver called MFX Metal Star. And then that silver, as you can see a difference at the top here, is PMS 877, and the bottom here is MFX Metal Star. That suddenly the colors were popping more or coming out more than they would otherwise. Here's another comparison. MFX Metal Star 87, and then this is 877. However, so we were great. We were all happy. Everything was great. Everything was getting ready to be printed. And the way to print this also, to say, is that silver is printed first and then left to dry, typically for 2 to 3 days, before then printing the CMY on top, so that way the ink isn't wet and it sort of just settles directly on top. So they were going to print the silver before we went on press to do the book. But then the day of printing the silver, they realized that the MFX Metal Star actually can't take large quantities of printing. So as they were printing it, they realized that the machine was getting clogged and that they couldn't process the silver because it was too thick or dense, I think, for the machines. And then there was a panic. Of course, there was a book launch 3 weeks from that point. And they tested other silver inks that they had, and then luckily Germany has its own printing standard color set called HKS, and they have their own silver HKS 99, and that luckily printed very well. So this is an image they sent me at the printers by text message, showing me the comparison of the metal star here and then the HKS here on the left. So we went forward with that. So yeah, as I said, so now I'll just kind of quickly just go through the printing process. So silver is printed first. It's left to dry. However, you can't calibrate the printing on black paper, so you have to print white paper first. So they always use white paper as well. It also saves from wasting black paper. So they print the silver on white paper, calibrate it, let it run so it settles. Then they run the rest of the black paper through it. It sits overnight. So here it is on the black paper, waiting to be printed with the CMY. And then the next day, they then again print CMY to calibrate it on white paper. So they can't again. So one of the main issues with the book is that you can't really calibrate the image material. So you can't see how well it's printing or how consistently it's printing from sheet to sheet or signature to signature. So you might print one section of the book and it's printed one way or has one kind of level of density that's happening, and then you print the next sheet and it will be different. And so if you look at the physical copy, you'll see some sections have heavier amounts of silver, some lower, some the color is stronger in some sections of the book, some's less. And that's because you can't really calibrate it. So the best way to the closest they can get to calibrating is just printing the CMY on white paper and using that as a kind of base. And then they print it on top of the silver ink on black paper layer of it. Here's just a comparison of the same exact process, one on white, one on black paper. And this is us attempting to find some kind of difference of adjusting yellow and magenta to see how it would work. And that's because actually when the ink is printed on silver, the ink is extremely heavy, and actually the magenta is much stronger. But on drying, the magenta gets less and less prominent. So when we were seeing the sheets, everything was very, very red. And we couldn't really tell how red it would be after it dries. And of course, we have to make the decision on the spot. We can't wait another day to decide the levels. So we would often do things where we would ask to increase the yellow or decrease the magenta and see what that did. But of course, we had no sense of what it would actually look like until a day or two later when it dried. Yeah, so this is, for example, right after it came out of the machine. It's very you can really see the blue from the sky, but if you look in the actual book, it's much softer, the blue. Sheets. And then, yeah, like I said, there's multiple sections of the book. This is the reflection section, which is printed silver on glossy paper. Then there's a video section, video project section, documenting video projects, series of essays, and then this gatherings section, which is kind of more her community-based, like social projects that she does with dancers, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation. The printing process, I think it's very exciting and some thrilling story. I'm very excited to hear that. Thank you very much. So we'd like to spend the remaining time to hear from you about the education as well as the relationship with education and your work. I'd appreciate your input on this.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. As I said, I work full time as a. It feels weird to like talk about something totally different than the design project. I work full time as a teacher. I run a master's in graphic design program out of Estonia at the Estonian Academy of Arts, and it's a very small program. There's 8 students per year that come through, and it's a new program. So I've been there since it started almost 5 years ago now. So only 3 groups of students have graduated. And I think it being a quite small program, quite new, I think we try to work in a way, hopefully, that is a bit experimental in its attitude because we can kind of get away with a lot by being in a very small program in a very small country. No one is noticing us, so we're just kind of there doing our thing, which is quite a nice position to be in many ways. And I think a lot of it started from this question of what does it mean to be a new program, to do something, and how do we sort of get away with certain things, or how do we maybe work more with what can be done within an institution that, at least myself as a designer, I'm not really, or wasn't ever really an administrator before then being an administrator. Actually, I can consider myself more an administrator than I do a teacher or a professor, even though that's actually my job. But I think by being the head, most of my work is done in relation to the actual institution and how to work from this position. So things that we do, for example, are in Europe, largely, if you are from the EU, you pay lower tuition than people who are not from the EU. And that was something that we decided to not do in our program, where so anyone who's not from the EU pays the same as someone from the EU. And that's, so I think most of the program tries to work with gestures like this, institutional structures as gestures, but then also how we work together as students and teachers. So one of the things we do is we organize a student-organized public school for graphic design. So actually, we just did it a week and a half ago. So I was in Portugal a week and a half ago with students for 3 weeks, where we organized a nomadic school where all the students had to find locations in the city and give workshops somehow related to their research or their interests in responding to like a public space. As well, we integrated a number of local practitioners who also gave workshops and talks, screenings, things like that. And I think a lot of the program is based on trying to give students a lot of resources they might not have access through the school, or we sort of like take the resources that maybe we are meant to use for many other types of things like teachers, which we still invite, but we kind of try to compile it in a way where we'll take students' work quite seriously and give it a kind of public setting and give them kind of more, we try to give them a lot of autonomy in how they make things and how they bring audiences into their work. Because for us, we really see graphic design as this sort of last step before something becomes very public. So it all has a very strong tie to publishing in many different aspects, not just as books as publishing, but also teaching as an act of publishing, giving a lecture, organizing exhibitions. So we really want them to have a better sense of what content means and the relationship to content and material and how it sort of communicates itself to an audience beyond just the kind of ephemera maybe that is left over afterwards. Yeah.
Shao-san, thank you very much. It is very informative and I learned a lot from your presentation, so thank you very much.
Ready to resume. Good afternoon, everyone. And I am Yugo Miyago. I'm an editor, and Flux won Tokyo TDC Annual Award, and Achim Reichert, Bas Jacob, and Sami Koldemaki from. This is a session for underwear. On behalf of the team, we are joined by Mr. Achim Helming, and before the judge, Mr. John Warwick, is going to give us a video message from Melbourne.
Hello from Melbourne. I hope you're all having a good time, and congratulations to Underwear on getting the TDC prize for their typeface Flux. It's really interesting. I enjoy the mutability of it. And the one iteration which I thought really worked and pointed, I suppose, to the future was the multicolored versions, where the wireframe was at first abstract, and then by turning it, it revealed the letter form. I think there's sort of potential there for it to become sort of reactive and responsive to various forms of stimuli. And I just really like the architectonic aspects of the entire typeface, all the iterations. So well done again. I hope you enjoy your evening. Look forward to seeing you all again soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
First of all, thank you very much for TDC Tokyo for giving the award and for inviting us to be here. That's a great honor for us. My name is Achim Helmling, and together with Somi and Bas Jacobs, we are Underwear. And for everybody who cannot read it, here's the translation, UNDERWARE. And what we do is we like to play with letters. Like here, you can just rotate it 90 degrees and it still says the same. So actually, every letter is 2 letters depending on how it is rotated. Okay, let's talk about flux. Technically, it is a regular verbal color open type font with some verbal access built in. It comes in different styles. And it also comes with an own app. And with the app, you can use the font in very different styles. Here are a few examples. But yeah, I want to talk today about 3 things. First, we call flux a paradimensional font. So maybe some of you are a bit confused by the term paradimensional. And it all started in the beginning of the 20th century when scientists discovered the relativity of space and time. At the same time, Charles Sirato published the Manifest Dimensionista, and what he did, he approached it from an artistic point of view, and it was signed by a lot of artists immediately, this manifest, and he saw a big inspiration in the arts, what was found in science. And so, for example, in literature, you could see that poets were trying to escape the first dimension, namely the line, and go to the whole page, go 2-dimensional. At the same time, painting was trying to escape 2-dimension. So, for example, here we have the rotoreliefs by Marcel Duchamp, and these paintings are made to be rotated. And nevertheless, at the end, also like sculpture escaped the 4th dimension. Here, an example of Japanese artist Takato Saito, Spice Jazz. And here, even like other dimensions, like smell, is introduced in arts. The artist Joseph Beuys once said that artists should try to think with their knees. And if you look at the scientific approach on dimensions, they become quite often very abstract and very inaccessible. But at the end, I think it's not so complex at all. So for example, if we start with a 1 dimension, it's very simple what we can do in 1 dimension. If there's a line, we can move. And so this kind of transformation is specific to the 1st dimension. When we have 2 dimensions, we can start to rotate. You can start like rotating a coin. So that's specific, something you can do in the 2 dimension, what you cannot do in the 1st dimension. And in the 3rd dimension, we can then also flip the coin, which you cannot do in the 2 dimension. So you understand that every dimension has a very specific transformation, which only exists in this dimension. And until the 3rd dimension, everything is simple, and we know it. But we can go higher, but it gets a little bit more abstract. But scientists, they investigated like how those transformations could look like, or should look like. So if we would live in a 4th dimensional world, we would have something like eversion. And through eversion, I could make from a right glove a left glove. Obviously, we cannot understand that, we cannot imagine that because we live in a three-dimensional world, but this is what happens in the fourth dimension. And if we go even one higher in the fifth dimension, we would have something like morphing, where we could take a glove and just rotate it till it becomes a hat. What we try to do is to use these scientific insights and to think a little bit with the knee. So not illustrate what the scientists discovered, but try to use it as inspiration. So in the beginning, I told about this application, what we built for the font. And this application allows like the standard modifications as we know it. Like we have a three-dimensional object, the letters are three-dimensional objects. They can be rotated as we know it, like three-dimensional shapes. And they can also be extruded, like the sides can be changed, the front and the back can be changed. And so this is as we know it. But you can go higher. And to go higher, we called 3+, because we don't know what's beyond the third dimension, but we can try to go there. And so I just explained or showed what scientists discovered with this inversion. So it's like, okay, let's try to use this as an inspiration and use this kind of modification for flux. So now you see that's still three-dimensional, but now if I go to this extra options, it becomes this kind of inversion, turning something inside out. It's just like if you would make from a right glove a left glove. At the end, it's all like formulas which you can apply. And then if we go like even higher and want to use like 5-dimensional aspects, we can introduce the morphing. And there the whole shape will change. Like it becomes perhaps more like a sphere or more like a cube. And what's interesting is that you can apply all those things, and the letters, which are initially very recognizable, become at a certain moment things which we cannot really imagine. So here you can see I just apply those transformations randomly to the letter. And for us, it was a game, and to see like what you can do with that. And what's interesting is that at the end, it's a game, and it's a kind of entertaining thing. You play around with the letters, and at a certain moment, you discover things through the application which you could not have imagined beforehand. At a certain moment, like having specific settings, you get the at sign, letter, glyph starting to dance. It's all just like transformations in higher dimensions. Or at a certain moment, you take the uppercase M, and with specific transformations, it turns out like this letter starts to walk to you, and like more backwards or more forwards. It all depends on the settings. So that was a very big surprise for us. But the challenge with the whole project is that the interface. Like this keyboard is very stupid. I can only press it and it gives me a letter. I cannot really modify that. So for this last thing, I want to tell about one more thing. And to make you experience this higher dimensions, we have a small project at the print gallery here in Tokyo. and it's close by. And the project is called Sensorium Motorium. And there, for this, we built a little tool which we call the fluxographer. And what the fluxographer tries to do is to make you interact with higher dimensions and make this synced between those three senses: touching, seeing, and hearing. And so we have this specific input device, which is very different to a regular keyboard. And with this specific fluxographer, you can modify that just by typing, by using this, this specific device. So here you can see how we set it up. We just did it 2 days ago. And here is the clip. So you see that the senses like touching, listening, and seeing are all more or less in sync. So there's a special reception tomorrow at from 6 to 8, and everybody is warmly welcome for that. So I hope to see you all then tomorrow there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Achim, for your presentation. So, paradimensional or transformation of letters was presented in the presentation. It was very surprising and astonishing. This is unconventional, unprecedented ways of presenting letters. Underwear members held a workshop in 2019 in my office. The three of you paid a visit to our office, and to the beginner designers, typeface designers were the target of the group work. And so it's been 6 years since then to finally reunite. Underground members made a grammatography in 2020 and received the TDC award. So it's been 5 years in between. And through the 5 years, I see the technology has greatly advanced in the past 5 years. So I'm wondering what are the works or your efforts you made in the past 5 years?
When we did the workshop at your gallery in 2019, we had the idea that in the future we could relate differently to writing and to letters. And what we were looking for is like additionally to like handwriting, chirography, and the writing with prefabricated letters, typography, we could have an additional mode, namely a chromatographic approach, which would allow a writing which is very similar to playing the violin, for example, to playing an instrument. And what's specific, or what we try to do, is to build letters which can be activated by the user and probably deliver results which we could not have thought of. So that is, for example, with the walking M or the dancing ad, those are like things which we somehow discovered ourselves by playing the letters which we developed, but of which we were not aware that this could happen with the letters. So the development of writing instrument was something we investigated in the last 4 years.
Thank you very much. This is not just about design, but it engages the technology, different technologies, to allow all different rendering and expressions. These initiatives is not done by Achim-san alone, but the three members in your group. So how do you adapt to the technological advancement, or how do you research the technology?
I think it's a continuous dialogue between the three of us. And it's indeed very important that what I show here is the work of three people. And I think none of us could have done it himself, because at the end you start with something and another person reflects on it. But then there's again the third person, which is interfering. And I think there's also in philosophy quite often they say, like, once you have like the three, it's always good, because then there's this kind of conversation possible, which continues and continues.
Thank you very much. Previously, in a typography conference, we heard the lecture of underwear, and then the variable font, like complementing or changing the thickness of the line. When we start seeing the variable font, I've heard the lecture of underwear, and I heard then these type of variable or typography would allow the user to make changes and transformation. So that was a comment made by underwear, and I thought there is a new era of typography starting and initiated. So when I looked at your presentation today, I think there is another step from variable font. We are talking about a three-dimensional or paradimensional or transformation, because it used to be a two-dimensional or quadratic dimensional, or not just a surface, but we are talking about paradimensional or beyond the two-dimensional or three-dimensional or typography. We still have some time. We still have some time to hear from you. I would like to ask one big question. The technology will further advance from today, and when that comes, the type design and typography, how would you expect the typography and type design to change, or how can we approach them? And when we see the ever changing technology, what kind of type design you would like to produce, if you can kindly share with us?
I think it was very interesting also in the talks earlier. We saw the problem with the dynamic fonts, like with variable fonts, is at the moment the interface, how to control it, how to, like, once you have more than one axis, once you have like 2 or 3 axes, it's very hard to control. So I see the future in the type design, also very much in the development of like the whole writing tool. And the biggest problem I see at the moment is not so much the technology for having like a higher dimensional or multi-axis variable fonts, but more like the interface. What we have here is probably the most primitive part of the whole computer. And I believe that also in the future, the biggest change, the biggest game changer in the development of new devices will not be so much the computing power, because the computing power is very much advanced and all the devices are very similar, but the way we interact with them. And it's interesting that once you investigate, you can find already like patents which have been registered by big companies, and they are developing it to get a smarter interface to allow the user to express themselves much more carefully. Because at the end, what we would like to do, I think that's very interesting, which was predicted already around 100 years ago by Walter Benjamin. He wrote in a booklet, like, once we want to give the expression to a typographic medium, we need to have machines which can read out, like from our fingertips, the same as the pen reads from our whole arm. So that way, you know, like once you touch something, there's much, like now it's just like on off, but you know, like once you touch something, you can do a lot with your fingertip. And I think that could be then used also with the interaction of verbal fonts. And I think that was from the beginning on, and people were considering, like, when we make dynamic fonts, are we also supposed to design the interface with the font? So actually, like, that's a little technical thing, but with Flux, the typeface, it's just a regular typeface. It's not very big. It's like 250K. It works in the standard environment, so it's just like a normal open type verbal font, but it also contains everything required to do all the things what I showed you here. So in that way, we said, like, okay, we built the whole interface, the whole shaping engine inside the font, and with new technology, that's all possible. So that's very interesting. That at the end, if you look about the size, about the technical needle ear, like what's really the problem is that I think in the future you will see much more fonts which will come with their own interface, even with their own shaping engine.
Thank you very much. So within a font, the software is already embedded inside a font. So the font itself would act like the software. So this is a very exciting and intriguing comment. Thank you very much. Achim-san, thank you very much for sharing with us. And thank you to Miyako-san as well.
My name is Tanaka Ryozu, one of the judges for TDC Annual Award 2025. The title is Who Are We Now? By Blaise Aquila y Arcas and RTP Prize winner James Gogin-san and Kim Min-kyung-san are with us today. At the beginning, I'd like to make some comments. LGB Award was established in 2010 or so, and since then, we've been feeling Tokyo TDC element is something I've been expecting for websites to achieve. Websites as its digital media, technology and visual expressions are what are attracting attention. But many people pay less attention to contents themselves, or contents on the website are maybe overwhelmed by the design itself in many cases. But this website achieved the best balance between contents and design. Every elements are in harmony and natural and to the point. That is how I feel about this work. I think it is very fitting for TDC. So I'd like to ask for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tanaka-san. Such kind words. We appreciate your interpretation.
Thank you.
All right. So today we are going to talk about web edition of Who Are We Now? A book of Blaise Aquila y Arcas that analyzed the contemporary state of society in the United States. It was a big design project for us that we worked on just for over 2 years in total. This book exists in multiple editions, all of which we consider to be the book?
There's a print edition that I designed. There's an audiobook narrated by the author Blaze, for which I designed the digital cover.
And a web edition designed by Mariko, James, and me, which is we are here to talk about today.
It feels uncommon that a design competition jury would consider a project like this for a web award. A book as a website, and perhaps a website as a book. So we're particularly grateful to the Tokyo TDC jury for their open-mindedness, and we thank you all very much for this RGB prize for the Who Are We Now web edition.
And there are 3 key designers who worked on these projects. So first, Mariko, an incredible designer, type designer, programmer, and teacher who is unfortunately unable to be here today due to work commitments. Everything about Who Are We Now is designed and made together with Mari, so very big thanks to Mari. And then we have me. Hi everyone, I'm Mingyang Kim. I'm a designer, programmer, and professor at Rhode Island School of Design, RISD, in the US.
And I'm James Goggin. I'm a creative director, graphic designer, type designer, and teacher. And this is Blaise Aguirre-Yarcas, the author of Who Are We Now? He's a vice president, AI engineer, and researcher at Google, who has now written several books about history, the future, science, biology, society, technology, and contemporary culture, among many other subjects. Blaise is a fantastic editorial, design, programming, and research collaborator, and he was an ideal client who contributed a great deal to how this project's design came together.
And we also want to shout out the rest of our team who were crucial creative and operational collaborators. Firstly, Johan Mikalov, editorial coordination across our digital and print systems. Scott Reinhardt, a brilliant designer and cartographer who made custom data maps. David Mikalov, who tracked hundreds of images and permissions right for the book. And of course, J.C. Gabel and Sybil Perez at the publishers, Head and Beard.
So just about me and my partner, I run a small but busy studio called Practice. The studio is just my wife and partner, Sean James, and me. And while Sean wasn't officially named on this Who Are We Now project, she's really involved in everything that we do. And she's here with us today, out here in the audience. Our studio builds specific teams that suit each particular project that we work on. So for Who Are We Now, like many web projects, we immediately pulled in Marie and Minkyang as valued design and technical collaborators. My first introduction to Blaise, the author of Who Are We Now, was thanks to a regular client of mine who Minkyang just mentioned, J.C. Gable of Hat and Beard Press in Los Angeles. JC told me about this prominent AI researcher who had written an incredible short story during COVID, fiction/non-fiction, AI-infused diary kind of novel with a Latin title, Ubi Sunt. This became the first of now 3 projects with Blaise, all of which have been different experiments that ask the same specific question. Is it possible to produce and sell a beautifully designed print edition while also essentially giving the book away for free as an equally beautifully designed website? I brought in Minkyang for the web edition of this project, and somehow the experiment of both print and digital has worked. Ubi Sunt's print edition is now almost sold out, so I recommend you all try and buy it if you want to now. And the free website provides an augmented reading experience with video loops and interactive effects. Each edition worked together with the other, rather than working against each other. We were very lucky that with this very first project, the publisher, J.C. Gable, was supportive of this rather risky publishing move.
So this brings us back to today's projects, another risky publishing move, also published by Head and Beard Press, Who Are We Now? Specifically the web edition. We like the idea of web editions compared to with more lockdown ebooks, especially for a visual book like this. Our web editions are free, open to anyone, without extra steps of the sign up. And you can easily share the sections of the book with a simple link, and it's not device dependent. Any computer or phone will work. On the phone, the reading experience is like a paperback, a digital bonkabun. You hold it one hand and you can take it anywhere and read it whenever you want.
So what is Who Are We Now exactly? The book is an exploration of how biology, ecology, sexuality, history, and culture have intertwined to create a dynamic us, a society that can be neither called natural nor artificial. At the heart of the book is a set of surveys conducted by the author between 2016 and 2021, asking thousands of anonymous respondents all over the United States questions about their behavior and identity, and especially about gender and sexuality. Here you're seeing the website homepage with the cover and table of contents. Under the cover, the contents unfold as you scroll. You can see that the book consists of 3 main parts, each with many chapters within it, along with 2 slightly separate interludes and an extensive set of reference pages listed at the end here. The first big challenge for this project was the cover. How could we visualize the complexity and breadth of the book's surveys and studies? In spite of the abundance of colorful imagery, plots, graphs, and maps, which you're going to see in a minute, that are in this book, I quickly focused in on a graphic monochrome approach, collecting some of the more provocative and incongruous references found in the book as a way of communicating the spectrum of humanity, both positive and negative, that you will encounter as a reader, as well as the span of history and culture represented within. So that's why this cover has a very strange, curious mix of the Jetsons family from the 1960s animated series made by the American cartoon producers Hanna-Barbera, a human ear from Charles Darwin's The Descent of Man from 1874, a scan from 2014 of what looks like an identification card, but is in fact a bidentification card, a kind of subversive statement of bisexual pride. 2 pairs of scissors, one especially made for left-handed people, a pyramid diagram titled System of Patriarchy from 1982, showing traditional and maybe even still sadly contemporary societal hierarchies of power. And finally, a rather terrifying human skull in a late 19th century skull measurement device from a criminal science psychiatry archive.
So let's get into how the chapters work. Each chapter is presented in a split screen layout, as you see, and the main narrative text appears on the left, and while right side features related visual or data media assets. And these assets are dynamically generated and revealed based on the reader's scroll position. And visual notations for the media assets appear at the center, represented by different types of lines. And footnotes can be opened and closed in line, allowing readers to explore reference without breaking the flow of reading. We paid close attention to the book's variety of media contents, images, maps, and the plots, and their relationship to the text, developing interactive representation that's best suited for the given contents.
Blaise wrote 2 sections of the book that are slightly separate from the main narrative as more focused stories or case studies that supported his wider arguments. These so-called interlude sections are designed with a distinct layout, a sort of web version of dark mode, as an inverted black background and a looser single column format with 2 side columns, allowing visuals to be integrated directly into the text. We even applied this more digital kind of dark mode to these sections in the print edition as well. I have a copy of the print edition with me if anyone wants to see it, come up and see us afterwards. Okay, now we're going to get slightly technical, but hey, it's a website, so I think we need to get slightly technical. We thought it was important today to talk about the system behind the design, which is just as much a part of the design as the more visible elements. So the book contains 12,000 words, divided up into 22 chapters and includes extensive media assets, 389 images, 270 plots or graphs, 20 maps, and 2 audio files.
And to streamline content update between the book and the website during the year-long editing process, we structured a Google spreadsheet as its foundation. All listed content and its metadata are managed and synchronized through this spreadsheet, which functions as a central database for the whole team. And for the web edition, content was automatically exported from the spreadsheet to Markdown, compiled into HTML with custom CSS and JavaScript using 11T, which is a JavaScript-based static site generator. This approach allowed us to test custom styles and interactions in the process while generating a functional, easily updatable website that supports multiple modes of data and interaction. Despite the complexity, the result is a simple static site built with just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with minimal external dependencies.
The design process for the print edition pulled from the exact same content structure, but necessarily went through my own manual design steps for image processing, page design, and careful typesetting. Static images, plots, graphs, and maps were all edited, and the final print result is tailored through hands-on design in preparation for print production, but still benefiting from the web content process automation as well.
So based on this workflow, through almost 2 years of content development and design, both editions were developed in parallel. We held consistent weekly meetings to stay in sync over these 2 years, allowing for simultaneous updates and seamless integration across both the web and print formats. It was a great process where each participating designer and each medium influenced the other. And during this time, we used a GitHub repository to store the site, which ensures that every edit that different team members made was being tracked and continuously updated.
We'll walk you through a few examples of how all of this background system results in engaging, readable web pages. If the print edition emphasizes the careful curation of static images, the web serves as an expanded space for extended visual materials, with a variety of sequential, scroll-based interactions. One feature is the use of cross-fading image sets, like you're just seeing here, which provide proved effective for comparing images or creating direct associations within a visual sequence that paralleled the narrative that Blaise was writing.
The plots, these graphs, play an important role in these projects. They help visualize the key insights from the survey data. And these visualizations appear sequentially as the reader scrolls, creating a sense of narrative flow. And each plot includes a small amount of interactivity, as you see. When you highlight a specific area of item, additional information or visual effects are revealed to help guide the discovery. And readers can download also the raw data behind each plot, encouraging an open-ended reanalysis and further exploration.
We also developed a set of map modules based on the beautiful custom cartography contributed by designer Scott Reinhard. This example presents the political divides in the United States 2020 presidential election between Trump in red and Biden in blue. The color map separates into the different colors as you scroll, and then focuses in on particular geographic regions as you scroll even further. In some cases, including this one, a kind of full bleed mode is used to create a more visually rich and dramatic emphasis of the narrative.
So this is a big book that people will return to as a reference, and we anticipated a need to find things easily through visual memory of many images, plots, and maps on the site. So in this content, in the content page here, you see small thumbnail representations of every single visual element in the book listed as a kind of graphic vocabulary. To handle the large amount of the reference materials, we used a shortcode system for each media asset, which allowed us to organize and update everything efficiently across the formats. In the Google spreadsheet, each asset is categorized by media type, figures, which is images, plot data, map data, etc., and labeled with a unique ID number. This system allowed us to collectively manage, track, and synchronize all the 3 items and to generate the index, the table of contents in the end. And each of these IDs can be used to generate the anchor link with the hashtag. You can see how the URL bar keeps changing here up the top there, which corresponds directly to its sequence on the chapter page.
So here you can see how it works in practice. You've got the Google spreadsheet window behind, showing the same content as the live website window in front. Now, since this is the Tokyo Type Directors Club, I want to make sure that I actually talk briefly about the type direction of this project. We thought a lot about type that would perform equally well, yet in different ways, for both print and digital. The main headline type is Chroma, designed by Swiss designer Selina Berne, released by Source Type. It's a simple, solid sans serif, but slightly awkward and imperfect, kind of like human beings. And I thought these qualities matched Blaze's matter-of-fact book title, Who Are We Now?, and its content. It works really well at all sizes, from the big type on the cover, down to image captions, and even plot titles, keys, and labels. The main body text is set in product, and smaller texts like footnotes and bibliography lists use product condensed, designed by Christian Schwartz, Burton Hasebe, Ilya Ruderman, and Kara Gordon, released by Commercial Type between 2014 and 2022. Product is the slab serif version of their well-known sans serif graphic, which we also used here and there for small typographic details in various plots in the book. I personally like this kind of style, this style of type, for this kind of project that Who Are We Now is. Rather than a more classical serif, the slab serif to me feels a little bit more like typewriter, a bit more accessible, contemporary, and even journalistic and factual somehow, rather than maybe literary or academic like a more traditional serif.
Even though the comprehensive system that we built for Who Are We Now was responding to very specific demands of this particular publication project, we realized that we've ended up with surprisingly flexible modular framework for publishing on the web. It's a system that can handle a wide range of content types, including image, video, plot, and maps. And it supports both print and digital production.
We're now continuing to evolve this system for the new project with Blaze Aguera y Arcas called What is Intelligence, which we're already deep in progress on. This project is possibly even more complex than Who Are We Now, but it's also a very accessible book about what intelligence really is and how the emergence of artificial intelligence is a natural consequence of evolution. The first chapter, titled What is Life, was released last October on the web and as a small A6-sized Bunkerbon preview edition. I love the Bunkerbon format. The rest of the main What is Intelligence book will be serialized, with new chapters releasing every few months on the web this year, until the full main print edition launches with the full web edition in September. The Who Are We Now project gave us a major head start with this new print and web book, and other future projects like this as well. So again, we really thank Tokyo TDC for recognizing this work that was so important for us. Arigatou gozaimasu. One last quick note. If any of you would like to see any of these books, you can have a copy. QR code's up here. And you can check them out on your phone.
This is my personal interest as well, but the printing and digital, so it's a hybrid production using printing and digital. But when it comes to archiving, printed media and digital, which format is better? I'm specialist in the digital field, so I would like to say digital. But even though it's safely stored digitally, but it has its flaws. But maybe it's easier in the printing format, easier to find information. If it's a physical book, sometimes you happen to find information that you didn't know that you had. So which format do you think is better for archiving?
Can I answer?
Sure.
Well, I have one answer. You probably have another answer. So this is such a good question. I think this is the perennial question that we all think about even in our personal lives. We trust so much in digital formats and storage nowadays. I'm quite old. I studied my bachelor degree, my first degree, 2004 to 2007. And in my second year, you were forced to make a decision. Which path did you want to choose? Digital or print? And at the time, digital meant working on CD-ROMs. And maybe that is one answer to the question of which is lasting longer, print or digital. How many CD-ROMs do we all use nowadays? So that's maybe not the right answer, because I love digital as well. But I do worry, even funny things like web hosting, someone forgets to pay the bill and the website goes down. Digital still seems surprisingly fragile to me.
Yeah, I think it's also a challenge for us as a practitioner, since my specialty is a web design and development, and I often get requests from clients like, hey, this doesn't work anymore. Can you update or can you fix? Which occurs with this updating or like a versioning environment. The browser has been developed and also the script has been developed over time. So you need to really keep to update those things. But also I think it could be also a question about what archive means for us who's living the contemporary society, which it could be related to the preservation, and also that's kind of why we use very simple language, which is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, which is less dependent on the time. So we intentionally try to use a very simple language with less dependencies, and also just to the question of what's the archive means. That it could be related to preservation, but also it could be related to the reflection of kind of see the gaps between when it's made, or kind of recognizing us that the contemporary time, being here and now. And there is a lot of possibility that you can actually keep update and reflect and evolve. So in that way, that I think it could open the new meanings of what archive means in the web.
Thank you. This project, I think this project is simply designed or simply made so that it will stay here for a very long time. And my question is probably somewhat related to my first question. That on the website, to make a book on a website, so that I'd like to ask you the purpose of publishing a book on a website. Take Kindle, there are different, by making it available in different platforms, you can make the information available, but instead you made independent website, independent from platforms. Is there any specific thinking behind that you wanted to do that instead of using existing platforms?
Yes, this was a very deliberate decision because, at least for personally, I hate DRM, digital rights management, that you often have that you always have with ebooks. If you think of Amazon and Kindle, you never really own your book. And as we've seen in recent examples over the last maybe 10 years or so, even the most ironic examples, there was one moment when copies of George Orwell's 1984 were suddenly pulled from people's Kindle devices because they lost the rights to the book. So there's so many restrictions and barriers and even mistrust of the reader with many corporations publishing ebooks. Whereas what we love with the web is that if you have any device that's connected to the internet, you can read our book. You don't have to sign up. You're not tracked, apart from maybe a little bit of Google Analytics, I will admit that. But for us, that was, I think ebooks, I read ebooks as well sometimes because it's useful and handy. For text-based books, I think for a visual book like this, it couldn't. There is actually, I think officially, there is an ebook copy available of this book. And of course, there's an audio book, which is quite tricky when you have all these visuals. But generally, we really felt like the web was the place for this book to work.
Yeah, just to add just a little bit of background also. I think the web is also like device agnostic, is in a meaning that like you can review any devices that you have. You can have access as long as you have a Wi-Fi.
Yeah. You can read it on a fridge, maybe.
Oh, yes. And also, we also wanted to highlight that the web has this accessibility part that we worked so hard. Johan Mikolov, who worked on the editing part, that we used all the images as alt text, meaning like there is a text version of this each images that you can use if you have any kind of challenges of the vision, that actually you can read this as a full text mode. So in a way that there are kind of different ways of the care that we cared a lot for how this can be accessible and most like a wide range of the audiences, regardless this the copyright that James mentioned.
はい、なんかすごく丁寧に作っているウェブ
Thank
デザイン
you
がいて、
very much that I am
ありがとうございます。
encouraged by your work. There's so much attention to detail. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Ohara Daijiro, one of the judges of Tokyo TDC. Today, the Center Log from Slovenia received the TDC award, and we welcome Mr. Nets. I would like to make a very private comment. I think it was in 2020 or 2015. I think you received the Grand Prix in 2015. It's been about 10 years to hear that. So, Onet, so you received the very first Grand Prix in 2015, and ever since then I was a big fan of you. And this time I also received another big shock. The Center Log visual identity. If I may share one of the features of the Center Log visual identity. Normally in CI, a visual identity, you normally have some sense of unity or some something similar. But this one, I was impressed by the feeling of similar feel, or it's brought together, and this feeling itself was very impressive. I would like to ask questions about this later. So before that, I would like to turn to Ned for your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, let's just start the stopwatch. Okay, so hi, I'm Nate. I'm gonna present this Center Log identity, on which I worked with the crew called Ensemble. So other people involved were Klemen Ilovar, who's also here, Matija Medved, Dana Dasic, and Peter Supica, and Jure doing motion. And also, of course, thank you, TDC. It's wonderful to be here. Okay, so yeah, so what is it, right? So Center Log is this new space in Ljubljana, where I'm from. Ljubljana is in Slovenia. in Europe, it's a new space. It used to be an old bicycle factory, then it was a leather factory, then it was empty, then it was a squat, and now it's like a city-run space. And inside you have different types of like labs for like ceramics, woodworking, textile, gardening. There's also a library, a cafe, 20 studio spaces for not necessarily for artists, but more for like contemporary crafts and makers, things like that, 3D printing. Yeah, so when they renovated the building, so on the left you can see the before, and then on the middle and right image, it's the north and the south facade of the building. So I'm just gonna kind of go through the maybe key elements of the identity. Maybe talk about it a little bit more in detail. Yeah, so I think in essence, it's very simple. Like it has a couple of things. These are all pages from the identity manual. That's why it's all in Slovenian, but it doesn't really matter, right? I'll explain. Yeah, so like I guess one of the core elements is the logo, which is quite classic. It doesn't represent anything. It's abstract, mostly because there's so much going on in this space that I didn't know what this symbol could be. I think it's also quite like how to say, traditional, as in like it's not dynamic. It's not like there's no tricks. It's just like a small image, works well in smaller sizes, which is kind of what I was going for. And also another thing that I felt was really important, kind of starting with this identity, was to kind of create this feeling that it doesn't feel like an art institution. I think a lot of people thought that ROG is going to be like a gallery space or like place for artists, but it's really a little bit different. And I felt that it should have an energy that is a little bit more, how to say, like, for everyone, for kids, for families, for, like it should feel like less professional than the experience of being in like a polished institution where like everything has its own perfect like composition or something like that, right? And so this stuff is just slides of me trying to convince them why, like what I was trying to do. So on the left, I made it seem that maybe this is a different world. Of course, lots of great identities in there as well. But and then on the right, there was this slide that I made with a lot of some international, but also a lot of like old school Slovenian logos that I felt will maybe translate this idea, which was also kind of like a setup for like this was then another step in the process, which was like showing the sketches, right? This idea of like an abstract typographic logo that like in itself is like a small memorable graphic, right? It doesn't really need to have other elements around it to create an identity, so like really I see that as kind of like a very basic old school logo. Yeah, so it's the one over there is the one that was kind of selected and further modified, so this is quite typical. And then so the second element, which is quite important, is typography, obviously. This is edition by Elias Hanser, is a German type designer, I think German. And I guess what's special, about this typeface is that it's like a single line, single stroke typeface, meaning that it doesn't have a predefined thickness, but it's just a line, and then you can apply different attributes to modify it in some ways, right? So I felt this kind of made sense because in like a workshop or in a studio, like somewhere where you use a CNC machine or like a laser cutter, which is what they do a lot in ROG, this is something you would use to like carve out something out of wood. So it's like a very technical typeface. It doesn't have a lot of detail, right? and when you make it thicker, it just, there's no optical corrections and stuff like that. So I kind of like the roughness of it. And what also I think was, it's quite obvious, but in the end became quite important for the typographic work within this identity, was the fact that no matter how you stretch it, you can always reapply the thickness, right? So on the left you have addition, on the right you have like Helvetica Neue, and you can see how when you stretch it on the right, the proportions get messed up, and you get this classic, I guess now it is classic stretch type effect, which I was not going for. And I felt like by having a line typeface, you can retain the thickness as a singular, like it stays the same, which I think was quite important detail for me within this work. I'll show you more examples later on, but yeah, we did some details trimming the font so it would, stay open longer when we make it thicker, some tweaks, but I don't think this is maybe super important right now. Of course, there's also color. We have, different color groups, and there's also different rules of how to use them, but I'm not gonna spend too much time on that. And then there's also this thing called like the collection. The Rogue collection is like a growing collection of illustrations and of illustration and photography. And I think the question here was how to represent what's going on inside. And I think a lot of times in these types of spaces, the images can quickly be really generic and repetitive. It's mostly just people, sitting or standing, using a tool, or watching something get 3D printed. So it's not super interesting. So we decided to make this collection, which is like a growing thing, and we like every once in a while we would commission an illustrator, which mostly was Mattia, to add more, right? So this is something like the art direction part of the identity, right? So here like a style 1 that he created, which is like this classical line drawing, which we also animated. I'll show that later. And then he also developed this idea of this colorful illustration, which was used to kind of show the scenes inside Rogue. Yeah, they don't use this as much as we hoped they would, but yeah, it's still there. It's still being used every once in a while. And then the other part was photography. And here we kind of avoided portraits of people and focused a lot more on details and materials, tools, like products, but not finished products, but products being made, things like that, to kind of, and the photos are used in different ways throughout the identity, sometimes just as like a small thumbnail on the website or on the mobile menu or on the back of the business card as like a small hint as to what's going on inside. And all of these photos are by Clement. So yeah, focus on hands, abstraction, and like details and leftovers in like a workshop. This was also like a further small detail to kind of communicate this idea that this is not like this is like a workshop institution in some way, right? Not like a gallery or something like that. Yeah, so here's like an example of how these things are being used now, mostly on social media and like on posters every once in a while. Yeah, business cards, they could choose their own, images, the campaign. These were like the first assets, printed matter. They don't print too much, but every once in a while we do something. I think this is the animated illustrations, mostly used on the website. This was done by Mattia, like I said before. Yeah, each one like represents one of the labs. This is ceramics. I mean, it says, yeah. Okay. So like this is an example of because at first when I did this when we had this identity, it was still like we had the colors and the typeface and the logo and all these things, but it was still like a little bit like, you know, that's in a way not much, or like I wasn't sure how to use it. And then eventually I kind of developed this language that I think works well for the institution and also works well for me. So this was like there's this I don't know how you call it. There's bees on the roof, right? And they make the honey, so that's their honey. And then this idea of kind of manipulating this single line font also translated into parts of the signage, which I will show later. And now, you know, slowly these things are growing, and we do smaller things around the building. This was like a window display for the shop that they have, which we just like was just made by hand by tearing the stickers, right? We also made a zebra crossing and some other stuff, right? So there's, you know, things are slowly coming together. There's like a lot going on, and it's like a work in progress, or it's been since for the last 2 years. And then there's also two other elements. One is the angle. I mean, the elements of the identity that are quite important, meaning that things are not always perfectly aligned, and that a lot of times we just rotate something between, you know, plus or minus five degrees, clockwise or counterclockwise, to achieve this like slightly imperfect effect. And it's already used on the logo, you know, in the signage, and also a lot on the website. And then the other one is the frame, and I'll talk a little bit more about this as we go on. But this is also used as like a, you know, information container made with this sticker element. And this is like coming from like my a growing collection of, you know, vernacular design. I guess this is similar to you know, the A2 type lecture earlier, as in, you know, finding inspiration in non-professional design work. And I think the connection between this and the Rogue was like when I started, you know, when we started having meetings, it became quickly became quite obvious that this is not going to be like it's going to be a slightly chaotic institution, because there's so much going on, right? And I felt like if I do like a perfect signage, you know, with like a very strict grid and like, you know, one color or whatever, like something that's really perfect and beautiful in some way, I think it will quickly be overwhelmed with all this other stuff that will be added on. You know, that was kind of like my intuition, or like not intuition, but that's kind of what I got from all the descriptions of what they want to do, right? It felt like, oh, this is going to be a bit of a mess, right? And it is, like, in not necessarily in a bad way. So that's why I started thinking about this as like an inspiration for the identity, right? And this also maybe goes back to this like a personal project that I have, or like a lecture which I did 3 years ago in Ljubljana about amateur design, stuff that I collect, stuff that I find interesting. You know, most of the stuff here is from Slovenia, but I'm sure you have your own versions here, right? And yeah, and like a lot of things that I do are sourced from this a little bit, like not too much, but at the same time, I think in Ljubljana, a lot of times, a lot of people didn't understand really what I'm doing or why I find this interesting. So I made this lecture to maybe explain this a little bit more to others, but also to myself. So here's a couple of slides from this lecture. And I think part of this, right, you know, I was just kind of exploring different things that happen in that world. And like I was finding examples that I think were interesting, and I wrote some texts about them as well. This is like a carpentry logo, electrician logo, things like that. But also a part of this lecture was about signage, and like this idea of a space where lots of businesses are doing their own thing, and each business just puts up like one sign, and there's no rules, or like sometimes there's like a little bit of structure, but not too much. To me, felt like what this rogue institution is going to be like, from the shops to the library to the restaurant, to all this daily events and things like that, right? So yeah, I think we kind of based the signage for the whole building through this, right? And so this is like an overview of all the signs inside the building, and they're all like different materials, different sizes, different proportions, different ways of applying typography onto that through stickers or painting or carving. And then we also developed this idea of, this was like an early sketch for like a tape as like the main visual element, right? And then this is how it feels like, this is how it looks in the building, where we have this like steel plates with like this kind of a bump that goes around the edges to kind of mimic this temporariness of some signs that I was showing earlier, right? So here's a couple of images. We also developed a system for icons, which was like a hand-drawn thing. But let me keep going, applied to different parts of, or different materials. Here's like a detail of this tape element. And if you look at like 3 floors, you can see that like, there's some repetition, there's some logic behind it. The typeface is always the, addition in different proportions. And like the sticker element becomes like a part that puts it all together. But a lot of the elements, like for example, arrows here are also different. And now you have lots of like, A4 signs side by side with this fake A4 signs, which is the actual signage, right? Which I assumed is going to happen and happens all the time, right? They keep putting these signs up by themselves as well. Yeah, okay, so almost done, but we also had to do the sign outside at the entrance on the south side by the river. This was the first sketch that we did, obviously like too much. And then we kind of went from there and started, this is before we even had the logo finished, started proposing different ideas, and in the end kind of settled on this, which is like a line version of the logo, again, like in a way that is stretched so that it fits the proportion of the windows. It's like a single line so that it doesn't block the sunlight going inside. And it's just like it's just a steel or aluminum tube, right? There's no light because they didn't want to have like a neon sign or something. So this is what was chosen. It was made slightly 3D. So if you see it from the side, you can see some dimension. And they put it up, and the architect didn't want color. They were not very happy with this sign obscuring their renovation. So the compromise was to have it in silver. So they put it up, and then it was kind of hard to see it, which was kind of awkward because it was quite, 10 meters by 3 meters, huge. But then you look from far away and you don't even see it. So I convinced them that they have to paint it, and they did paint it. So now it's orange, which is what was intended. Yeah, a couple details. And I think this is the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Personally speaking, you've gathered amateur designs and designs in the public. You've collected these signs from the public, and I was impressed by that. Do you usually collect these kind of signs and signages from the road? Or I'd like to ask a question about the perspectives to gather information daily. I think the mood, difficult to be expressed, or some atmosphere or air, if you will. These kind of things can be difficult to express in words, or sometimes it's difficult to visualize these kind of things, atmosphere. And I'd like to ask you a question. How are you trying to grasp and understand this atmosphere and mood? And how can you share these atmosphere and moods with the designers and collaborators? I'd like to ask you this question.
Tough question, man. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like I think it doesn't always work, and I think it's something that requires like a lot of time and like trial and error. You know, I think, for example, the first campaign that we did when the Rogue opened looked quite different. I didn't like it, but I didn't really know how to use the identity yet. You know, so it's not even shown here other than through like with the bus and something else. So I mean, I think that's kind of achieved through time. You know, it's hard to set up rules for something that you don't know how you're going to use. And then I think now that we've been working on it for like 2 years, it's kind of becoming more clear. But at first it was not. So it's a little bit like a trial and error. You know, I think we're also using like photos differently than we thought we would, and illustrations as well. So I don't think there's like a rule to it. It's more like you just keep doing it, and then things start falling into places, which sometimes can be a little bit awkward because it's happening live, as in like you know, a lot of it is published. I mean, most of it, even if it doesn't work 100%.
Thank you very much. Another question. In Japanese, there are terms called the object and subject, or some object and the background, the main objective and the background behind. So that is some concepts terminology we use in Japanese. And in graphic design, the main object tends to attract attention, but the background, texture, and the creator and project members, the background information of them, where they are from, community, or how they use words and accents. I think what I can feel from your project is that you have a strong power background in your work. So what do you think would be the importance of background of the project and collaborators working for the project? Because I feel the strength, I feel that is the strength of your project.
Yeah, background. I mean, maybe I could start with the collaborators part. I think might be easier. I think, which is ensemble. This is the name of the group that, you know, a lot of the guys who work together on this project. And I think what's nice about the group is that most of us do different things, right? We're not like all graphic designers, or we're not all, you know, doing one thing, but I think each person does something else. Like there's 7 of us, you know, some are more involved than others. But I think the fact that, you know, it's like I mostly do graphic design, Clement does photography, Mattia does illustration. So I think this is like, it works well for us because we collaborate, but at the same time, each person also has their own practice. And I think that can kind of bring the best out of this. And I think it also helped to make maybe this identity feel a little bit less like narrow, as in just being maybe focused on how I would do work, but it also is like represented a lot through illustration and photography. But then maybe speaking of the background, I think it's, I don't know, a little bit hard to say, you know. I think my, I've had different, you know, types of educations in Ljubljana as compared to the US, where I did my master's. And I guess the design scene in Ljubljana is, you know, not really much anymore, but used to be influenced by, you know, the Eastern European design and like Polish poster school, which is what my professors taught. And I think that was like an influence that was like an underlying thing already in my undergrad school. So, and then the rest is just, everything, I guess, in some way.
Thank you very much. The scale, the size of the team, I think you are connected in a very strong manner, but also independently. And the charm in graphic design has been acquiring power and momentum, resulting in this great project. And I believe that will be going forward continuously in progress going forward. I think that is how I felt for your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session. I know it's been a long day, but for Tokyo TDC Annual Award Judge, I am Ito Gavin, and we are joined by Ishida-san as a guest. And the piece that has won the award is happening. It's a music video, an interactive video. And so that session is about interactive video and music video. And we are joined by Adachi-san and Baku Hashimoto. Or Adachi-san is the presenter. Yes. If you allow me to say a few words, ACBU, you probably know ACBU already, but in the previous presentation, they talked about a new way of expressing on the web. I think it's very similar. The way it's expressed is different, but this is a alternative format of expression on the web, and this is thoroughly worked on, and there's so much attention to detail, so that's why this was selected to win the award. This piece I saw this piece at exhibition exhibition in Nihonbashi, and there are no boundaries. It can be art, entertainment, and or this is loved by all genders and all age groups. So I'm looking forward to hearing from them, their presentation. So Adachi-san, please take the floor. Thank you. And group happening won the TDC award, and I am Adachi. Just on a lighter note, I like to introduce myself or the team. ACBU is the team, and we are based in Tokyo. And the team members are not kind of low profile, but what we create is a little bit flashy. There's a lot of movement, and we make pieces that are dynamic in the TV commercials, music videos, animation. That's the kind of thing that we create, and our basic philosophy is iwakan is something strange or something different. When we say it doesn't sit with me, the people don't like things that are not uncomfortable to them, and I think by people intuitively want to remove something that is not uncomfortable, but that we would like to use that as an advantage, and we like to create something that incite or elicit something uncomfortable, and we use a lot of text, and we intentionally flood viewers with too much information. So this is a way to so that's the way to enjoy our week. We over explain. So we intentionally use diagram where it should be explained in text, and not only video or image. We like to go over different boundaries, but we don't want to be boxed in a one genre. Manga on paper, that we have traditional manga on paper, but what is the manga experience on the web as opposed to manga on paper? We create each section that are in motion. That's GIF manga, and it's something that we came up with a while ago, and this is one of the examples. So this is GIF manga. So you just scroll down. This is a GIF animation. We pile up GIF anime files. So there's no concept of pages. You just keep scrolling. So this is something we create when you open the cover. When you read a traditional manga, you first open the cover, but the excitement you get when you open the book, you get that when you scroll down with our works, and so it just goes down. It scrolls down and down, and the group, or happening, which won the award when we started this project. We wanted to add music to GIF manga. It's called music GIF manga. For us, it's a new access or a new pillar. And we came up with different ideas to and group, happening. It was not commissioned, but the musician that we had been working while in the past. We produced their music videos in the past. So it's a synergistic relationship between us. We make each other better. And the group, was on a hiatus for a while. And for the first time in a while, we heard that they were making a new music. So we wanted to create something special to commemorate that moment. And manga does not have any sound, but the GIF, we wanted to incorporate music into GIF manga. And so that's how we started, and to update GIF manga with the music with lyrics. And those lyrics are the lines in manga. And if you scroll at a certain rate, and lyrics and the lines appear in sync. And karaoke video, so the lyrics are completely in sync, and and the sound, it's like a rhythmical game, and put music, and at a certain point you hear certain sound. So that's something that's how we all started, and this is the plan that we came up with. Lyric GIF manga with lyrics. This is a very long, vertically very long drawing. So this is the drawing that we expressed our ideas, and it was well received, and so we move on to the production phase. And as the production process, and the music and timing has to be in sync. First we created video that will guide us the whole process. The red line shows where line completely in sync with the music. So it just first, that's what we produce first. You just see only lyrics running top to the bottom to the top, and then we added sections. So we started with the manga. We created manga format, and then based from the visuals that we conjure up from lyrics, we made pictures. Lyrics are more nuanced, and the lyrics don't have any specific reasons. So we created visuals conjured up by the lyrics. This is the drawing of manga. So this is how manga drawings are put together. This is the very first part of the music introduction, and this intro of song is expressed in words. So this is somehow like alien coming to Earth. So earthy mood. So this is being influenced by the earthy mood, and midnight we suddenly have yam. Out of the blue we have yam. And I know it doesn't much make sense. And after 2 p.m., so this person is checking his watch. Huma and Iga, we have all sorts of ninjas and child ninja. And I think the term child ninja is very catchy. And so here we wanted to create a character that's lovable, and we are going wild, and that's the lyrics. So we draw pictures that are synced with the lyrics. And as we go on, we started to see the light, and their spirits. 2 spirits. There's, that when you started, you don't see any solid storyline, but as you go on, you start to see the storyline starts to emerge. So it takes several times more than making a regular manga. So all the parts are overlapping. This is the bangs. Bangs are animated, and her feet is dancing. The feet are dancing. Those are how materials are put together. Once materials are put together, we animate them. And we use Photoshop animation. So we animate those characters. So that's the process we followed. So we created GIF files and put together to finish the whole thing. And so this is the finished product. English version, we have the GIF, English text, but this is like really vertical, so we have to put it horizontally. I personally have never seen this. It looks a little slow. Not sure how you received it. And then, at the very beginning, we wanted people to share this. We wanted this to go viral, so we put it on YouTube. And this is one word that we had in. So if possible, or we want the music to flow as the user flicks. The flickering, and this was like if possible or hypothetical. But this idea was brought to Baku. We knew each other, and Baku Hashimoto mentioned that this is possible, or we can attain this, and that's how it came together. We have the kind dolphin. This is like a made-up word. So we made this Kindolphin, an app, a reading app. I never imagined that we could progress this far. So we made this app to play. We had asked to produce different GIF manga, so we have also all incorporated them in this platform. This is not just playing, but we can stop it, reverse it. This is like a functional or part of it, and we can fast forward it if we want to. I was really glad that I was able to achieve what I imagined. Baku Hashimoto have a making of article. It's very detailed, so you could learn more if you are very interested to know. There are a lot of details about the making of this manga GIF video. So the target, so the time axis was very discretional or to the user, and it's also all permeance of the GIF animation and the timeline of music. So all these three are intertwined, and that is something we tried to attain through this production. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
It was interesting to see the process of the making. After I hear this and watch the work, the letters, how you use them, are very much similar to the manga format. So the composition is also very classic manga style. So you mentioned using a manga format, and was that the initial idea? Yes, we tend to be a very detailed rendering. Sometimes it's better to be a little refraining, but we tend to overturn the very base, but we have some. We already had a clear concept what we wanted to do, so we followed our instinct. So this is really matching in sync with the lyrics, and it's very surprising. It looks very strange, and when you do music, you mostly add context or information, but this is really in line with the lyrics. So that was very impressive. I will take this opportunity to talk about the solo exhibition, if you can share. This is like a material, like appendix material I wanted to share if we have the time to. So this Jifu manga project that we've been working on for some time. I received an offer to exhibit at the solo exhibition. So this is Jifu manga. This is an attempt to bring Jifu manga into the real world. So that was the attempt of the exhibition at the Mitsukoshi department in Nihonbashi. There's a contemporary gallery, a very historical floor. It's quite prestigious place to have exhibition. And GIF is normally in a monitor on a PC, and we wanted to put some material to it, value to it, and considered how we can approach it. This is a fully automated arm that would automatically draw or without human intervention. Eishibu exhibition gift tune. This is like an automated manga drawings. Is this like a rhyme or is this like a pun? Not many people notice the pun. There's nothing more to it. So it's an automated manga. If you hear it, it does sound like a rhyme or. So this frame was also designed by Baku Hashimoto. Yes, the basic base is pen plotter. So it's an arm that holds a pen and draws exactly as instructed by the PC with a dot. And we have put some added personality to it. So the brush seems to halt and stop. It looks as if the robot is thinking and contemplating. So this person is overlooking the brush and the edge of the brush. So it's the era of AI. It's a very cutting edge. What is manual, what is automated, it's questioning the time of AI. Rakutensoku was a robot where it had a body to it and would draw. Also, I just recalled that robot. Today, we have Nissan guest, and we had a collaborative project. TDC RDC award was given. It was a lyric video or work. And back then, our team had thought the mechanism of motion graphic, and they were programmer, so they're all technical or staffs as well as the producers and the designers. So it's a combination of two different type of people. So it's a combination of technical approach and the artistic collaboration, and I would like to hear more about it. Yes, I don't usually do this. It's overwhelming, and I'm really hesitant to commission something I'm not aware of, so I tend to do it by myself. But this time, I was able to rely on my team members or collaborators' effort so that we can extend and expand our width and breadth of expressions. I think it would be a good experience. And King Dolphin, it's a great name with a great platform. So Acbu have been drawing GIF manga, but you didn't have a platform to mount them. So you had to produce the platform itself, otherwise you wouldn't be able to publish or share your work. So you had to create the platform. So it's very moving that you started from the platform production. The tethering is also very interesting, and in the Kindorfin platform, it looks like a Japanese manga paper. The color of the paper is also optional, so it's really detail oriented. I think it was in one of the drawings. This person is wearing shoes. These are real shoes. I wanted to show the full body, the entire figure. So I created this graphic at the very beginning, and once we draw this, we couldn't do without the shoes. And this was like a really original. So it's a really detail-oriented work. These frames are drawn manually. So this is it. Yes, so this is the manual side of it. The tethering technique. Hand tethering. That's great. Splendid. It's like the 8-bit computer game. This is like a lost technology of the 8-bit game consoles. So each and every dot is manually filled in. What did you use as a pen? I think it was a lot of trial and error choosing the pen, and we chose this tsuke pen. This is used by manga producers, so manga writers. So in the end, the pen used by manga artists are the best ones. The edges are in square, so it makes it easy to draw a square. So that was a new discovery. I think we reached the time. Thank you very much for sharing all the exciting backstories. Abed-san, thank you very much.
My name is Ito Gavin, one of the judges of Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2025 Grand Prize Mono no Aware Kamukamo-Shikamo-Nidomokamo Imai Remix Music Video. Hashimoto Grand Prize winner. I'd like to ask you a lot about this title. You've started creating the tool to create this work in letters-oriented work. It's very interesting. And as I took a look at the exhibit, which was quite surprising, which something I'd like to touch on later. And I'm from the same hometown as Hashimoto-san, and we work together with Hashimoto-san, and he paid great attention to tools, which is quite intriguing. So, we'd like to first hear the presentation from Hashimoto-san. Over to you. Yes. My name is Hashimoto. I won the grand prize this year. I'm a video creator, creating music video or commercial work for 3 minutes or so, frame by frame, shooting, CGs, motion graphics. These are what I've been working on. And the music video that won the grand prize, as this is very short, if I may, I'd like to show this video to you for about 2.5 minutes. Of course, yes. Now, let me play this music video. It's based on the theme of tongue twister in Japanese, but I think Japanese people find it difficult to understand. Perhaps it will be difficult to understand, so just listen for about 2.5 minutes. This is a very short one, trying to match the meaning and the pronunciation of the lyrics. So this is somewhat expanded interpretation of the lyric video. And I'd like to talk about the background of this work. Unicode, this is the encoding method established from 1980s. There are ASCII codes and shift GIFs, there are a lot of codes, but this one is trying to cover every language across the globe. With that, you don't have to suffer the corruption of letters and characters. So people started trying to create this, and you can see the characters and letters inside Unicode in a PDF file. From 2017, I took a liking in taking a look at this, and there are Cyrillic characters and somewhat shaped like eggs, and Slavic, the angel with a lot of eyes, that is the character included in Unicode, which I found very interesting. In line with TDC, chairperson Asaba-san, Tompa characters are now work in progress, so it's not included in Unicode. So it's not completed as of now, but the characters and letters across the globe are systematized into one code. This is something I find very peaceful and nice, and I try to create something, and seeing the examples of the work using universal letters and characters and Unicode, how it's been made after the coordination of benefits of various stakeholders, and Japanese people worked very hard in setting this. That's what I read in some book, and I wanted to use this sometime. You can see the book itself here on the table in the music video. But I've been paying attention to interesting letters and characters, and I wanted to satisfy my desire to work with that. And this time, Imai is an artist, WWW in Shibuya, saw the performance based on that, and since 2018 I've been working on that. And there's band of four, Mono no Aware, who is close to Imai-san, created the music piece based on tongue twister, and Imai-san remixed that piece for club, and I was asked to prepare some music video for them. As mentioned, this is based on tongue twister. I was asked to create some artwork based on Unicode out of my interest, but I do not think myself as a graphic designer, so I tried to ask for help from Suzuki Tetsuo-san, designer, and he created this. This is an artwork created by him, and as I was looking at this, I thought that every system of characters and letters are covered by the code, and there's ultra dimension encompassing every letter and character. That is something came to my mind. Image, appearance, or arrangement of letters and characters in that language. Based on that, I thought that letters can be arranged For example, now, the character, meaning now, there are various characters looking similar to the character, or not just. There are some text you can arrange based on the order in the Unicode, or you can put together some characters which have similar meanings. I try to create some system that can follow and track these things, and I thought that it would make things interesting. And I created some software called Unim. And Tokui Nao, who is an AI researcher, famous AI artist, I worked together with Tokui Nao-san to create this. I think this is just a demonstration. I'd like to show to you. This is some animation, and this is something I used, the data I used. So the kanji characters, including bird, are listed here. For example, I think I can create some animation here. Could you say something, letters and characters that you'd like to use? Well then, characters. Characters, so G. So, referring to this table, you can see these are the characters adjacent to this character G, meaning letter in Japanese, or kanji. And I think they look similar, G or U, and by doing this you can create just a short video or animation. You can put together various similar characters, and you can search these characters and rearrange them. That is the app I created, and which was very convenient. It looks like this. The process of production. 140,000 characters have been filtered out, and I thought that this order would be very comfortable, and adding some After Effects and pasting. That's how I created this video. I can complete the process, but I thought that there's something more I wanted to do. And Suzuki Tetsuo-san, artwork creator, his style is trying to use pens and whiteout in rendering. That is his approach. And for this single piece, well, he did the same as well. And that is where I got inspired. I wanted to let this do rendering something, so I use Houdini, that you can create some VFX smokes, and I try to let this import the generated letters and characters. And in rendering animation, I try to add whiteout and the additional strokes, and trying to let it calculate what will be the delta between these characters. And what is good about this is that this nama and to mugi, to shift these characters, then you can white this out and pencil it in with strokes, or when you move from here to X, then you can shift the characters in this manner. And what I did is the overlap of these characters. You can try to push this out like a cookie cutter manner, and the 3D printing software can import this data. And 3D printer is something to push out the melted resin, and how you can make the one stroke movement. That is how software make calculation. You can print out some strokes in a cookie cutter manner to fill the gap. And instead of 3D printers, I try to feed this into pen plot. By doing that, you can see, instead of 3D printing these items, these are rendered. That is the system I created. Blue and Jake Fried and William Kendrick, these animation pieces, I wanted to put them on a piece of paper, but pen plotter had difficulty in controlling whiteout, so I wanted to take a detour. So pen plotter arranged like in this manner, and the whiteout layer and the printing layer are put on the different layers, and you can see I add some lines, try to mix them up, or trying to make some unevenness effect, or lemon, or the earlier Slavic character. By overlapping these, I scanned all of these, and the whiteout layers can be visible on the left side. And when you it looks like a whiteout letters. It's like there are some spots and blots on the paper, and in the post-process I try to overlap everything without whiteout using some program. By stacking them, I created a video looking that you looked at in the beginning. As work itself, this is not something new. There are a lot of GIF animation and website having this kind of video, and Sato Yoshinao-san's work trying to that is something you saw. The commercial of Mainichi Shimbun newspaper video was created in this manner, or without whiting out. There are some, and this approach has been taken and has been there for a very long time. Characters and letters are very domain specific, but this is something I wanted to do something new, and that's how I created this work, and I'm very glad that my work has been acknowledged. Thank you. Thank you very much. May I start? First, so bringing about Unicode to this place, TDC, is first of all quite interesting to me. Hashimoto-san's work, I think the technique you used tend to attract much attention, but in your production process there are lots of intuitive work or human work related aspects a lot. And Unicode, I think there are a lot of drama involving various humans, and the interaction between peoples and companies. Through negotiations you need to create a code. That is fantastic and impressive in itself, but this time what you've created incorporates various elements and factors. But I think this moves into this direction. I think Hashimoto-san has been picking up some elements and materials, and in your presentation earlier you talked about you added some touches in the process. I think that is very interesting.
So that is what that came to my mind when listening to your presentation. Thank you. This is not a question, rather a comment. So which to choose and how to sequence them is something you think? Yes, yes. Before working on this, I've been working on Unicode for several years. So at this timing, I can imagine what table I can use. I think there was a language in Southeast Asia close to a frog. So I have like a semantic search database in my head. So I'm looking into the visual or the code, letter code software. So this is like a collaborative work. I think that is a very ideal approach for a creative person. Another thing I thought was that, have you seen the exhibition, the works? And I thought like it was overwhelming. I have thought that it was erased in the plopper, and I was in the judging committee, and I mentioned that the whiteout The whiteout looks brilliant. But I came to notice that my eyes were disguised. And Matsumoto Gento, when I talked with the designer, Mr. Matsumoto, he mentioned like artists. It's like he was trying to draw or an image of F1 print on a pig. And the artist placed a lot of importance in the process, but the designer takes the shortest route. And that really sounds convincing because there are heaps of paper, like non-existent paper. You mentioned you took the shortcut. Was that an easy decision to make? Yes, it was a quick decision I made. We have pen plotters and the heaps of paper at the very end of the video. You tend to like put a lot of effort and time in the frame. But we have asked the computer to take over and draw automatically. The process itself isn't really important, and as long as it's conveyed something interesting, something intriguing, it's enough and sufficient. When I was watching the video, I recalled at the Karasuguchi area manually drawing, but you using prompter. And when you put the effects, you see like the trashes and the rubbish piling up, and these effects are added manually. So I think that balancing was really excellent. And you talked about the automation, and there are other areas you took the time and effort to use the prompter. So that's not the effect alone. I think that really reflects your work and really gives a beautiful finish. Kenji Miyazawa. I love this. So it is reflecting the word chestnut, kuri, to the word kindness. Kuri. I thought this is Kenji Miyazawa. So when I start producing the hook, I was able to extend it to the verse. So it's supposed to be created from point zero, but it was actually a non-linear process going back and forth. So it's not really interesting. But once you were able to create it, I think you had the excitement. Yes. What was interesting in the music video, as a Japanese person, it looks like it's legible, but there are a lot that's illegible, like the bird. Bird is sliced and diced into different portions. I'm not sure how many frames used, but you could tell. And we can interpret that. But before interpreting and coming to a conclusion, we move on to the next letters. So understanding and acknowledging the context, like enjoying the forms as well at the same time. So I think the balance was great. So did you have a lot of trial and error during the editing? Yes. Japanese, this is ideograph, so it's expressed the meaning and semantic. So it's the same sound and note, but has a different meaning. So there's like a switching, and it's very satisfying to see that switch. And I personally call it exploring the findings. This is like cognitive movements of additives, and I didn't want people to notice that. The design and 2121 is been deleted and erased, and I wanted to fully concentrate on the semantic part of it. So that's also interesting to hear. So are you using black and white pen plotter? Yes. It started from the very beginning? Yes. I had thought using yellow paper, looking at different artwork, but then the whiteout will become very obvious, and people could tell easily where it's been whiteout. So I really went back and forth and thought through what to use. Unicode. There are emoji in Unicode. So when it comes to that, the Chinese character kanji has that. So it's very entertaining to see the images, but the emoji is very similar to kanji because it has a semantic meaning to it. But you didn't want to use those emoji? The Boeing Angel, this is a famous music video. Emoji reflects the time and the era, so I was determined not to use them. The tongue twister, Robaka Rabaka, there is a board game behind it. So using the horse of the chess games. Using emoji, it will be too modern. Like listening to the chess discussion. There are a lot of nostalgic sense. So I think that was really thought through and considered. And you talked about the precedents. Interesting to hear about the precedents. And in the previous presentation, makings and tools, you have kindly shared and published them to public. I don't think a lot of designers would do that. So what is the thinking behind the publishing, the making of, and the behind the scenes? I have in my profile influenced by hacker culture. I believe in the hacker culture. In the software engineering culture, there is this vibes. It's anti-authorization, hiding information, and maintaining spirituality is really meaningless. And information wants to be free itself. And I really like that concept. In the 1990s, during the mass, it was in the software culture. In the 2000, Preference Ratio and Creative Commons were the buzzwords. The free culture is what I try to pursue even today. That's kind of a vision. I never want to be a professor in a university. That's not. I have a paywall, like 20 million Japanese yen, that I want to try avoid. So, are you also encouraging others to share? There is like a benefit of the early adopters. So I cannot just simply encourage others to disclose. If it's attractive or meaningful to others, I would appreciate if others would follow suit. and disclose. I think we reached the time to close. I think we were able to hear a lot of behind the scenes talk that we normally can't see or hear. I think there will be more opportunities to discuss and talk about the making of. So I would encourage others to follow and pay attention to Mr. Baku Hashimoto's future work. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you so much.